The April 3rd, 2023 session of the Anne Arundel County Council is called to order. Please silence all electronic devices at this time. Please stand. I ask that you please stand and pray in a manner consistent with your faith. Dear Father, Holy Spirit, we ask that you fill each of us with wisdom, understanding, discernment, and knowledge. Grant us favor, increase our faith, and prepare us to pursue your excellence. Continue to bless our leaders by keeping their hearts and motives pure. We ask you to make our minds pliable, willing, and obedient to your will. And all these things we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, we'll have Madam Vice Chair Pickert do a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have the distinct privilege and honor to present our Distinguished Citizen Award pins to two of District 2's finest citizens. I met Monica and Fred Ross many years ago as they were doing serving their mission and serving our most vulnerable neighbors, homeless, the housing insecure and food insecure in Glen Burnie. Every Saturday, I want to emphasize this, every Saturday, like the post office, rain, sleet, or snow, Monica and Fred lead a group of about 60 to 75 volunteers every weekend who serve sometimes over 200 of our most vulnerable citizens. And they're here tonight. I asked them to come to the chambers to have this special opportunity to acknowledge their service to our community. They are definitely rare gems these days. I know every Saturday I think of them when I'm not there serving beside them, and I think is what I'm doing more important than being out in the community, truly touching the lives of our most vulnerable. So I want to bring them up here so I can present them with these pins, and I'm going to try not to cry. So Monica and Fred Ross are the backbone behind Be Kind. You see my pin tonight. So look them up. Be Kind Gives is there if you want to make a donation. They have served the community, like I said, no matter what, but also through their own grief and loss in their lives. And it's just inspiring. They walk, this is a phrase I learned recently, they walk towards community every single week. And so with that, I have a Distinguished Citizen pin for Monica. Well, that's Fred, sorry. Fred.
Thank you.
Do you want me to pin it on you?
Yeah.
Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now, Madam Secretary, please read the ethics statement.
The Ethics Commission has asked that I advise you that under certain circumstances, members of the public may qualify as lobbyists when they testify before the County Council. If so, the law requires that certain information be filed with the Ethics Commission. The chair of the Ethics Commission has asked that those who wish to testify, in any form, review the general information on lobbying sheet located on the Ethics website under Forms and Publications. If there are any questions about lobbying requirements, please contact the Ethics Commission at 410-222-4413.
All right, we will now open our invitation to the audience. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the council, we did receive two submissions that were posted on the website as a part of the summary. The council members all got a copy, and it will be added to the meeting record.
Thank you. We will now hear from individuals who signed up ahead of time. Currently, we have two, and that is Mr. Kurt Vincent. I feel like I'm an expert at calling your last name now. And Michael Brown. Please come forward. All right, remarks will be limited to 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Kurt Svensson. I live in Arnold. This is the third of my 5-part budget primer series for you guys. In part 1, I recommended that the County Council more vigorously invoke its existing authority to adequately staffing and funding an organizational infrastructure that will better support the County Council members and their staff. In part 2, the regressivity of the property tax burden was highlighted, as was a proposal to improve that, again using existing authority. Also, 2 key data elements were identified as purposefully not disclosed. As a citizen and former assistant budget officer, I was able to negotiate the public release of this data last year. The suggested filing of a Public Information Act request undoubtedly helped. I recently filed another one for FY24. Part 3 of this 5-part series highlights the importance of funds and interfund transfers. This is more complicated and can look like a shell game. There are legitimate reasons for this complexity, but you are obligated to provide a check and balance by truly understanding this. Otherwise, you risk losing sight of the P. Don't just focus on the interfund transfers, but also shine your light on the fund where those costs and benefits are purportedly managed. You know, the non-discretionary costs we struggle with today were born from the discretionary decisions made in the past. Worth your scrutiny are the self-insurance fund, the pension fund, the health funds, especially the school retiree health fund. Oops, there is no such thing. Like in the movie Don't Look Up, Anne Arundel County government has chosen to ignore this $2 billion unfunded liability, unlike its neighboring jurisdictions. Your oversight today represents the key to tomorrow. Please read the attachment to my written testimony and check out my Google site called AA County Citizen Share for more details.
Thank you. Do want to recognize Delegate Bagnall in the rear there. Just want to say hi. Mr. Brown, 2 minutes.
Thank you. Michael Brown, Glen Burnie, Maryland. Wanted to come before the council this evening to talk about communication. Over the last several weeks, I've tried to reach out to a few council members, and I have dates here, 10 days to get a response. I think that's a little unacceptable. Finally, I got a response where it was an auto reply saying, hey, due to the influx of emails, you know, there might be a delayed response. I think that's a good idea, and I would recommend that the council kind of look at that for everyone, especially if there are hot topic items. I kind of thought I was getting ignored because I was not in this particular council representative's district, but they are the one that proposed a bill that I wanted to get information based on their comments. So I think it's a good idea, and I encourage the council to look into it for the entire council. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, too. Please be seated.
Mr. Smith, may I just interject momentarily? Mr. Brown didn't mention this, but I had indeed also sent him several substantive messages.
Thank you. At this time, is anyone here who wishes to speak on anything that is not on the printed agenda? Please come forward. You will be limited to 2 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. Again, this is for items that are not on the printed agenda. Sir?
Mike Shea from Red Top Farm in Shadyside, and also South Arundel Citizens for Responsible Development. First, I'd like to thank the county executive for acquiring the land at Deal Park as intended in our small area plan. I've been asked to share my community story of Deal Park by Arundel Engaged, which is a task force made up of community groups currently focused on the severely and broken planning process of rec and parks. On planning, I'm not shocked, but I'm appalled by the facts that shine a light on rec and parks policy that pretends to include citizens in the planning of our parks. This 130-page master plan was completed by March 2022. Completion of this master plan predates the first and only pretend Zoom community meeting that happened 100 days later on June 14th. Also at this pretend meeting, The citizens and representing attorneys were not allowed to speak. This is active exclusion of citizen input as a matter of policy during the planning process. The master plan is created in the vision of rec and parks almost exclusively. On transparency, I'm equally appalled at the information blockade for citizens. We experience violations of the intent and law of the Maryland Public Information Request process. This practice by rec and parks keeps citizens in the dark about the broken planning process and what is in the plan for our community. Our leadership filed a Maryland Public Information Request. 775 emails were originally located that met our request parameters. We had to turn to the Maryland State Ombudsman and still only received 193 of these emails after 313 days, when the law specifies 30 days to produce. The late and inadequate fulfillment of production of documents to meet our request was finally done by Rec and Parks Capital Project Manager that was a specified person of our request. So the Maryland Public Information Request was incomplete, 330 days overdue, handled by an interested party of our request. Darkness, not transparency, is policy at Rec and Parks. The citizen needs a public information officer answerable to the citizens and Maryland State.
Thank you. The invitation to the audience is now closed. Is there any item any council member would like to place on the agenda? All right, seeing none, may I have a motion that the partial reading of any bill, resolution, amendment to a bill or resolution, or minutes constitutes the reading of the whole?
So moved. Allison Pickard.
All right, so second. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Madam Secretary, please read the minutes of March 20th, 2023.
The County Council meeting was called to order by Chair Smith at 7 p.m. It was opened with the invocation given by Ms. Ledbetter and was followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of March 20th, 2023?
Motion to approve the minutes. Allison Pickard.
All right. Is there a second? Second. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
The motion carries. The minutes of March 20th, 2003 stand approved as read. All right. Madam Secretary, please read the title of any bills to be introduced this evening.
Bill number 2223, an ordinance concerning zoning, general provisions, digital zoning layer. Bill number 2323, an ordinance concerning boards, commissions, and similar bodies, Resilience Authority of Annapolis and Anne Arundel County. Bill number 2423, an ordinance concerning pensions, county council member vesting.
Madam Secretary, please read the title of any resolution to be introduced this evening.
Resolution number 823, resolution approving the nomination of Tony Gedden as acting health officer. Resolution number 923, resolution approving the terms and conditions of the acquisition of real property in Lothian, Maryland, and from Purdue Agribusiness LLC, utilizing funds from the Advanced Land Acquisition Capital Project.
All right. We anticipate a couple of these bills tonight being very lengthy with a lot of testimony. So there are two pieces of legislation resolutions that should literally be minutes. And so we're going to see if we can knock those out so that the staff is not waiting on those two bills. They're two resolutions. But may I get a motion to suspend the rules to hear and vote on resolutions numbers 323 and 423 first this evening?
Rod Bean, so moved.
Allison Pickard, second.
All right. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on the motion to suspend the rules to hear and vote on resolution 323 and 423 for this evening.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey. Ms. Hummer. Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The motion to change the order has been adopted.
All right. We will now hear resolution 323, 423, 623, 1323, 1623, 1723, 1823, and 1923 in that order. Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution number 323.
Resolution number 323, resolution approving the determination of certain improved county-owned property at the corner of Yellow Springs South and Y Mills South in Laurel, Maryland as surplus property.
Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, members of the council. Joining me at the table is Mr. Daniels from Real Estate and Ms. Nieder from the Office of Law. I believe we spoke about Resolution 323 at the work session. This resolution declares 0.25 acre county-owned property at the corner of Yellow Springs South and Y Mills South in Laurel, Maryland as surplus. This is in Councilwoman Hummer's district. It is currently designated as a well site. Real Estate has canvassed county agencies and determined no county need for the property. A surplus declaration, just to remind everyone, is the first step of the county's two-step surplus process. Upon adoption of Resolution 323, county will move forward with the disposition process for the property in question. A subsequent ordinance approving the disposition will come back before this body if we get there. Staff are happy to answer any questions.
Well, I'm just grateful that we put you up front because I remember the last time we had a long meeting and you guys waited patiently, literally, and it was like 2 seconds. So we didn't want to do that again to you all. Is there any discussion? All right, seeing none, we will now open the public hearing on resolution number 323. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online tool for resolution 323?
We did not receive anything ahead of time, Mr. Chair.
Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on 323? Seeing no movement, the public hearing on resolution 323 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution 323.
Resolution number 323, resolution approving the determination of certain improved county-owned property at the corner of Yellow Springs South and Y Mills South in Laurel, Maryland as surplus property.
All right, is there any further discussion? Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If this is improved property, what's on the property currently?
Mr. Daniels can give you more detail, but it's a well site.
Well, okay. And so I guess to follow up on that question, what do you anticipate, who's going to buy it is kind of my question. Like, obviously, this is community property. There's a reversion clause that came back to the county. I get all of that. But I think the question is, if it goes on the open market, who's going to purchase this? And will it have any impact on the community?
Hit the guy.
Yeah, it might have value to the neighboring owner. Then again, it might have value to someone else who might want to build you can build a smaller house there.
Okay, so it's a buildable lot.
It is.
Any further questions? Seeing none. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on resolution 323.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey. Ms. Hummer. Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Resolution number 323 has been adopted.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution 423.
Resolution number 423, resolution approving the determination of certain improved county-owned property near Eagle Harbor South in Laurel, Maryland as surplus property.
Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got the same team sitting at the table, similar to the previous resolution. This is also a former well site. This is a 0.1637 acre property located along Eagle Harbor South in Laurel, also in Councilwoman Hummer's district. County staff had canvassed county agencies, determined no county need for the property. I ask you to move the resolution tonight.
Right. Any discussion? Seeing none. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
We did not receive anything ahead of time, Mr. Chair.
All right, we'll now hear from individuals. Is there anyone who signed up ahead of time for resolution 423? Seeing none. Anyone in the audience who wants to speak to 423, resolution 423? Seeing no movement, the public hearing on resolution 423 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution 423.
Resolution number 423, resolution approving the determination of certain improved county-owned property near Eagle Harbor South in Laurel, Maryland as surplus property.
Seeing no further discussion, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on resolution 423.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey. Ms. Hummer. Ms. Fiedler,
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian,
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter,
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Resolution number 423 has been adopted.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 623.
Bill number 623, an ordinance concerning public works, subdivision and development, zoning, accessory dwelling units.
Ms. Ravian?
Thank you. So we've been working on this bill since late January, so we're still here, but hopefully on the home stretch. Basically, this just expands our county's current ADU law to allow detached accessory dwelling units and allow them to not require a minimum lot size, but also reduce the size that is allowable of the ADU from 1,000 square feet to 800 square feet. Lots of benefits that we've heard many people testify about. An aging parent who might need help but might still want to, have their independence in their own space. A person with a disability who would like to have some independence but also may need someone close by to help them. Young folks in the community who may not be able to afford a market rate apartment who would like some independence. So basically it just opens up housing options. We can't entirely call this affordable housing because we're not putting any limits on the actual price or the income limits of the individuals. But the reality is, because they're limited to 800 square feet, they are going to, by their nature, be more affordable than, an ordinary single-family home. So I urge my colleagues to support, and I thank everyone for the hard work that we've done on this bill.
Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the sponsor of the bill. Joining me is Ms. Miller from OPZ, Ms. O'Keefe from IMP, Ms. Henry from DPW, and Ms. Blair Klausmeyer from Law. As the sponsor noted, this has been discussed at a number of meetings. Want to thank the sponsor for the collaborative work with our departments in fixing some technical issues on the bill, and we are ready to set up the bill sign-in for this bill. So let's pass this bill tonight.
All right. Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to put something on the record because I got some emails about this. I know everybody, I think, on the council has, but I went back and forth with Ms. Blair Klausmeyer today about some legal questions specifically relating to whether this bill does or does not skirt around critical area designations and whether it impacts the limitations in the RCA or in the LDA and whether those issues would arise whether this bill passes or not. So I was just going to ask Ms. Blair Klausmeyer if she can put this on the record so that it's clear for anybody at home or in the audience who has those concerns that somehow the critical area laws will be impacted in a negative fashion by this. Spoiler alert, they won't, but I just would like her, I would like her to put that on the record so everybody can hear that, because I know that was a concern that a lot of people raised, especially in waterfront communities.
Lori Blair, Klausmeyer, Deputy County Attorney. So the question that came up was whether this somehow affects density, specifically in the LDA, because there are some regulations related to density and uses in the area. And this is not a density bill. This is a bill that modifies an already existing accessory use on property. So the density of the property, for example, if it's R1 and it's one dwelling per acre, it remains one dwelling per acre. This isn't considered an accessory dwelling. It's already permitted in the within that particular dwelling. This just modifies the conditions for that, such that the accessory dwelling is now allowed to be detached. And based on our review of the county provisions and the state provisions on critical area, we do not think there's any effect.
Thank you.
Can I just
Vice
follow
Chair?
up with a,
Yeah,
oh,
sure.
sorry.
Yes.
You
No,
wanna
no,
go first?
finish your
Okay.
comments. Just
Thank you.
have line of question.
So the other things that you shared with me, if I can put these on the record. So just to clarify that point that you said, currently, if you were in these communities, in these areas, you already could do an accessory dwelling unit. It would just have to be attached in some way to the existing principal residence. This detaches it, but it doesn't somehow create a density increase.
Correct.
So I just want to make sure that everybody follows along with that. And the other thing that you indicated was in the RCA, accessory structures are only permitted if they're not for human habitation.
That's under our code, correct?
Yeah, so, and that's not being modified by this.
That's not being modified by this.
So what that means is you effectively couldn't put one of these in the RCA, is that right?
A detached.
A detached, right,
Yes.
okay. Yep, that was just what I wanted to clarify, because obviously we were getting questions about that. I want to make sure people understand it.
And the
Thank
other
you.
thing, I'm sorry, I
ahead.
should have added was that all of the lot coverage and all of those requirements that are in the critical area are still going to apply to this.
This doesn't affect them at
Doesn't
all?
affect that.
Perfect, thank you.
Ms. Pickard?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a co-sponsor of this bill, I just want to urge my colleagues to give an affirmative vote. I just got to be a co-sponsor. Ms. Rodvian, Councilwoman Rodvian, did all the heavy lifting on this, and I want to applaud her for her hard work and working with the administration to get this bill where it needs to be. This is an exciting addition to our housing toolbox, as we could call it. I just want to thank her for her hard work, and I look forward to voting aye.
Ms. Ravian?
I just wanted to, thank Councilwoman Pickard for her kind words, and thank you, Mr. Volke, for getting that on the record. I also had many conversations on that topic today. And I want to thank the folks that were involved heavily. Actually, one of them is not here. She's enjoying vacation, a well-deserved vacation, and that's Deputy County Attorney Kelly Kenny. But we've had a lot of other folks in the administration and folks in the community who've worked really hard on this bill. So I want to take time to give them my appreciation.
Thank you. I see no further discussion. We will now open the public hearing on Bill number 623. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
Yes, we did, Mr. Chair. We received 16 submissions. Those are all included in the summary that's posted online. Everybody got a copy, and it will be added to the meeting record.
Okay. We'll now hear from individuals who signed up ahead of time. We have several folks that are here to testify in reference to Bill number 623. Please limit your remarks to 2 minutes. And first person up is it Stacia Rossler? Thank you. Priscilla Kania? Okay. Mary Grace Veterinary? Kurt Savincent? Claire Corcoran? And then John Van de Kamp. Should be the sixth one. Yep.
Creek. I'm here in order to ask for several changes to the proposed bill. I've lived in a city, which was San Diego, where the exact same legislation was implemented in the same manner that the council is currently proposing, and it reduced the quality of life in neighborhoods in ways that I'm going to tell you about right now. I'm asking that there be a restriction against short-term rentals such as usage for Airbnbs. Not only is it detrimental to quality of life in a neighborhood based on noise, parking issues, and the presence of rotating strangers, but it has a negative impact on your goal of providing affordable housing. Quoting from recent 2023 news articles, Airbnbs have partially contributed to a housing shortage that has impacted the globe, driving up rent prices in almost all major cities. Properties are turned into makeshift hotels where operators can earn far more revenue than they would from residents paying market rents. Hosts convert long-term rentals that could house local residents and families into short-term rentals for visitors, thus decreasing an already short supply of housing. Secondly, there should be no waiver of fees such as sewer hookups, which is not a trivial cost. Sewers were recently proposed in my own neighborhood here in Annapolis with an estimated cost of $40,000 per homeowner for the running of the sewer and $25,000 per homeowner for the hookup. If the county wishes to make sewage free for some homeowners, then it should be free for all. I would also like to understand the council's plans on how infrastructure stresses will be addressed by this burgeoning population as a result of more ADUs, especially stresses on the local hospitals and other services such as the police force, which seem a better place to invest taxpayer dollars than in free sewers for ADU builders. Further, our existing sewer system is already at capacity, and any new building causes runoff to the bay. And I'm asking, thirdly, that the council reinstate the requirement for at least one additional off-street parking space for each ADU. In San Diego, I saw firsthand how eliminating these parking requirements resulted in overcrowded streets and lack of parking. This goes hand in hand with my fourth request, that the council consider adding an occupancy limit of 2 persons for ADUs, which was not done in San Diego, with the unfortunate result that owing to very high city
Please
rents,
summarize.
there would sometimes be 6 or more people living in these small units. Thank you to each of you for your time and your service to our community.
Thank you. Ms. Priscilla?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Sheriff Smith. I'm Priscilla Cania, an Arundel County resident. I'm a volunteer lead advocate for AARP Maryland, and on behalf of over 850,000 members, we thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Bill 623, amended accessory dwelling unit ordinance. And thank you very much to Councilwoman Rodvian for this. This topic is now being discussed throughout the country at the federal, state, county, and local level. I'm speaking to you today to emphasize the importance of accessory dwelling units as a viable, affordable option for all ages. AARP is highly vested in allowing the option of ADUs since housing is a key component in the AARP Livability Index. ADUs are small houses or apartments that exist on the same property lots as a single-family residence, but still provide separate living and independent quarters. And because they tend to be smaller and more affordable than single-family houses, they can be a good housing option for older adults who want to downsize but still live in their neighborhood setting. AARP's 2021 Home Community Preference Survey indicates that nearly 60% of adults would consider living in an ADU, and nearly 3/4 of those polled said they would create an ADU as a place for a caregiver to stay. The survey also indicated that more than 80% of the respondents would consider building an ADU for their loved ones, relatives, and friends, therefore emphasizing the multifaceted use of an ADU. Furthermore, the pandemic exposed the vulnerability of our older adults and made us realize the importance of ADUs as they can provide a safe, comfortable alternative to housing. ADUs can fill a number of roles that we didn't need before, like providing a place for your aging parent to live instead of a nursing home, and we know how many of our seniors died in the nursing homes, and for an adult child who may need to return home after college, has lost a job, or for one of many other life-changing moments, or can be used for additional income for someone on a fixed income. I'd like to thank the council for providing me this opportunity.
Thank you.
Please support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fitzhenry?
Hey everyone, my name is Mary Grace Fitzhenry. I'm here representing the Anne Arundel County Association of Realtors. I've already testified on this bill, but I just want to really get my point across one more time. We have an absolute serious housing crisis in Anne Arundel County right now, and legalizing ADUs is a step towards progress. Just to be clear that this bill does not exempt ADUs from any of the critical area zoning issues, building codes, or permitting requirements. It's not a free-for-all. Everything has to go with the law still, as Nathan Volke said earlier. And then those moving into the ADUs are basically already living in the county, but they're not dependent most of the time. So they're the young people living in your house still. It's the elderly parents that can't take care of themselves in your house or in their own house still that you're worried about, or those with disabilities. They're already in the county. They're not taking up any extra space. They're not coming from out of the county. They're actually here already. And then also, ADUs will increase the availability of rental units, which this county so desperately needs, as all of us know. And then just with the parking and the density concerns, I am not sure what the difference is if they live in your house and they have a car, or if they live in your backyard and have a car. But that car is going to be there regardless. And they need somewhere to live. And I think it's all about independence. It's about aging in place. It's about, those with disabilities having that feeling of independence. And it's about your teenager or your college-age student that goes to Anne Arundel Community College having their independence and maybe paying you rent that you maybe save up to give them, to put towards a house or a car. But it's all about housing and independence, and that's what this county really needs right now. So again, I just want to urge all of you to please vote in favor of this bill. We really need more housing in this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Svensson?
My name is Kurt Svensson. I live in Arnold. I previously testified my support for not only permitting ADUs, but to promoting them for people with lower incomes, lower income homeowners, as well as lower income renters. One of my biggest concerns is there's nothing in this legislation that targets the moderate, low, and very low income population most in need. The supporters of this bill keep emphasizing flexibility. The flip side of that coin is unintended consequences. I've also taken issue with the characterization of legitimate citizen concerns as privileged and insensitive. I think that's counterproductive. More importantly, it fails to recognize what lies at the root of the mistrust and anger. That is, important and complex matters are not being approached as opportunities for co-creation. That type of community engagement seeks input before legislation is even drafted, certainly before it's introduced. In response, I've been told the County Council does not have the resources to support this type of citizen engagement. To that I say, the County Council has unilateral control over the level of appropriation requested, proposed, and approved for the legislative branch. Secondly, transparency and proactive disclosure do not require a lot of resources. As an example, in response to my Public Information Act request, I was recently granted access to the shared drive with the public records pertaining to the work of the APF Schools subgroup. This 2.5 years of work should have been publicly shared throughout the past 2.5 years. All of these files are now available for anyone via my Google site, AA County Citizen Share, or you can file a PIA request to get access for yourself. Thank you.
Mr. Corcoran?
Oh, okay.
Yes, Claire.
Okay, my name's Claire Corcoran. I am here representing the Hillsmere Shores Improvement Association. I'm the vice president. You should have all gotten a letter from our president, hopefully you've read it, in which he communicated our displeasure with this, that we are against this bill for a number of reasons, which he outlined. And some of the points I'd like to bring up with you regarding this is that this issue is not really about ADUs. We already have ADUs. The difference is it in a house or is it a separate house? And no one's willing to speak plain language, which is this is a second house on a property. And we have 1/4 acre and 1/3 acre lots where we live. So one size fits all. This is a big county. I don't think that fits here. Okay, it just doesn't. And the reality is you can live independently in an ADU attached to a home. You can be a granny. I'm a granny. You can be a disabled person, a young person getting out of school, getting started, and still live in an ADU that's attached to the home that doesn't need separate infrastructure, such as a new sewer line, electric lines, cables, phone lines going from one house to another through the backyard. Don't forget that not just the footprint of the house, you're also creating a space between, you're going to have a certain space between the two houses as well. So it's a lot more complex than what you're making it sound like. I'd like to know where the oversight and regulation is going to be here. I think these are going to be profit generators. 800 square feet is more than enough to make a lot of money. I can testify to that. My parents had a 600-foot condo on the Jersey Shore. You can make tons of money on a little bit of square footage, and people are going to do that. Don't be mistaken. Your principal owner was probably going to go to Florida for 6 months out of the year and claim residency there to save taxes. This will be a profit center for a lot of people. We already have 3-bedroom homes where I live. We have 12 and more people living in them with 9 cars on the property. This is just going to exacerbate that situation. And my experience as our zoning chair is the county is not backing us up in the health department. They won't touch them with a 10-foot pole. They say they have Fourth Amendment rights. They're not going to check the houses. They're not going to see how many people are living there. They're just, we can't do anything. Oh, well, and they close the case whenever you call it. So I am absolutely saying our community is against this. You need to delay this vote and get more citizen impact statement or work with our council member on that.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you all for speaking? I'm
Excuse
sorry.
me, Major Smith, can I speak?
You know,
please?
I think I got so used to this right to left, and got to the end of her, and my brain's like, oh, that's it,
Now you're
Marine.
back-
I'm sorry.
Now you're back to the center. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, good
All right.
evening, Major Smith, Vice Chairman Picard, Councilman Volke, Councilmember Hummer, Councilmember Fiedler, Councilmember Rodvian, and Councilmember Ledbetter. Thanks very much for your consideration of this proposed legislation. My name is John Vandekamp. I represent the 375-member Bay Ridge Civic Association in opposition to Bill 623 as amended. Bay Ridge is a 101-year-old historic community at the end of the Annapolis Neck Peninsula. The Bay Ridge Civic Association opposes Bill 623 as presently amended and requests this additional amendment to the bill's definition of density at page 3, number 18-1-101, item 44. Quote, unless they are located within the limited development area and resource conservation area of the critical area, end quotes. The current definition does not include limited development areas and resource conservation areas of the critical area. Exempting accessory dwelling units from limited density area requirements is in direct conflict with the state's regulation, which defined land within a limited development area as up to 4 dwelling units per acre, and mandates local jurisdictions to not accommodate additional development density if that development changes the prevailing character of the LDA. Current R2 zoning allows 2.5 dwelling units per acre. Bill 6-23 would possibly increase that to 5 per acre, well in excess of current density and that contemplated by state law for land within the LDA. Additionally, Bay Ridge is a shore erosion control district surrounded by water in the Chesapeake Bay, the Severn River, and Lake Ogleton, and 4 miles of accompanying delicate shorelines. Increasing zoning density would severely weaken Bay Ridge's successful zoning balance, unnecessarily burden infrastructure, especially Bay Ridge's sewer lines. Bay Ridge relies on well water, vital to residents and vegetation, and the Bay Ridge and county-wide ecosystem. It would also adversely affect soil permeability and seriously threaten the health of the bay and its tributaries. Moreover, the bill would most likely not alleviate the need for more affordable housing for those who cannot afford vehicles by likely encouraging homeowners to build, convert, and rent through Airbnb and VRBO at rates considerably higher than long-term rentals and beyond the reach of those that bill seeks to help. For these reasons, the Bay Ridge Civic Association requests the council undertake legislative analysis of the bill's consequences and purpose, disseminate this analysis to the public for further comment, and the bill be more thoroughly thought through and clarified before taking a vote. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Now, you all maybe return to your seats. We still have 2 additional folks who have signed up in advance. Looks like Mrs. Raven, said Helen, and Robin Clark. Ms. Raven?
Lane Raven. I live in Hillsmere, and I sent a list of questions to my county council representative and received some responses. One of my concerns is the lack of data that anybody has presented about this. I hear it's a good idea. Oh, this is great. We have people that are going to live here, but there's no data. I was told that that there are 10,000 people right now in Anne Arundel County that are unhoused. And that's based on data from the Arundel Community Development Center or office. Now, there's nothing about that data, how long that information's been there, if the database has been cleaned up, if people call in every couple of months and have their names added to this list. We don't know how many people are there. We don't know anything about the data. The other thing I was told is that in addition to the 10,000 people, there are another 50,000 in Anne Arundel County that are unhoused. And that includes people that are living in overcrowded situations, families sharing the same house, people living in shelters, the homeless, people living in cars. If I do a little bit of math, 50 plus 10 equals 60. So we have 60,000 people supposedly unhoused. In addition, in Anne Arundel County, we have a population, according to the last census, of 600,000 people. Math tells me that 1 out of 10 people living in Anne Arundel County is unhoused. But where is the data? This is just out there. What specifics? What research? What numbers? Who's cleaned up the database? Who's gone and talked to the people who are unhoused living on the streets? We don't know. These are estimates. I'm simply asking the county council to see that clear information and data is behind this. I too have been to San Diego. I too see these
Thank you.
ADUs on top of garages.
Thank you. Thank you. Ma'am?
Good evening, Robin Clark, Mr. Chairman, and members of the County Council. I'm here today in opposition to Bill 623. I am generally on Team County. I just want to share. I'm a native Annapolitan, and I, for 8 years, worked with the Maryland Association of Counties, defending county governments, including Anne Arundel, against one-size-fits-all legislation at the state level. I'm surprised to be here today with much the same take. The parking situation isn't the same all over the county. The utility situation isn't the same. The fire service isn't the same. Yet this bill would treat it as such, and it's a real concern to me. I'm also formerly staff attorney to the Maryland office of the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, a role which made me acutely aware of our environmental concerns. And I was glad to hear the lot coverage doesn't change under this bill for the critical area, but to be honest, we need to be doing much, much better than preserving lot coverage in the critical area. I'm currently the permits chair of the Hillsmere Shores Improvement Association, like many you've heard from this evening. And we have part of our community is in the LDA, part is in the RCA. I guess the RCA would be relatively safe, but part of it's in neither. And the reality is all of us need to be planting more trees, not encouraging more development. I do see this as a development encouragement bill. Finally, I just want to say these are two broad subjects, but on a specific note, I do have a question about the legislation, and I'm not sure if it could be resolved this evening. We have many sheds in Hillsmere that are built right up against the property line, not in abidance even of our covenants locally, or in Hillsmere covenants, which are stronger than yours. Ours are 15-foot setback and 30-foot setback from the street. I'd be happy to answer questions. I do have a question if it comes up.
Thank you all.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Please be seated. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak in reference to Bill number 623? Please, you will be limited to 2 minutes. It's a lengthy agenda tonight, and so we really want to kind of get through the legislation that's on the agenda tonight. So last call for anyone who wishes to speak on Bill number 623. All right. Sir, start with you. State your name and address for the record.
William Jeffrey Hill from 613 Emerson Place, Severna Park. I would just push the support for this bill. I think a lot of work has been put into it. I think it will provide some opportunities in our toolbox in the county to provide additional housing opportunities for people across many boards. And I think it also, people are having ADUs that are illegal right now in the county. And I think this gives the opportunity to create a legal way to do it. So full support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am?
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the Anne Arundel County Council. My name is Tamala Bresnahan. I am the Advocacy Director for AARP, but I am also a 63-year resident of Anne Arundel County, Maryland. I live at 278 Arundel Beach Road in Severna Park. You have my written testimony. I did submit it. We are in support of the accessory dwelling unit legislation. Just as a little girl, my dad died in 1962. I was growing up in Pasadena. My mom took part of the garage, over top of the garage, and made it an apartment for when my dad died. We would not have been able to stay in that house in Pasadena if she hadn't done that. She would have lost the house. In 1962, you couldn't own your own house. Her uncle had to co-sign the loan or she would have lost the house. And then when my uncle, who lived next door, which was very common back in the early 60s, when he lost his wife, he moved upstairs and he rented the downstairs to a family. So this is very commonplace and has been part of the fabric of this county. And we think that as people age, that they should be able to stay in their communities. They should be able to live next to their families and with their families and with their friends. So we thank Councilor Rodman for this legislation, and we ask for a favorable report.
Thank you. Ma'am?
County Council. I am Amy Leahy, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Greater Severna Park Council. I'm the Vice President for Public Affairs. And I spoke here 2 weeks ago, I guess, and we are in opposition of this bill, so I'm reiterating that. GSPC is an umbrella organization of over 50 communities in Severna Park, and so we have a lot of folks that we need to take care of. Things that I mentioned last time were the lack of, the impact fees. We talked about the impact fees. Councilman Volken actually put in an amendment that would say if it's a brand new construction, they have to pay impact fees. I believe I heard tonight Ms. Rodvian mention that these would be units that could be sold. She did mention prices of these accessory dwelling units. I heard that earlier today. I just want to clarify that this is going to be something that is part of the property itself, and it will not be sold separately, because that's a whole nother ballgame at this point. The other thing that we have an objection to is the fact that the initial housing building doesn't have to be owner occupied, and neither does the accessory dwelling unit. Unintended consequences, I heard Kurt talk about that earlier this evening, and that's always been a big push for any legislation, is you never know what the unintended consequences are going to be. Again, no parking, no additional parking. You have no limit on how many people will be available who will be able to live in this accessory dwelling unit, so that's a concern. Just the impact on the neighboring community. It completely changes the nature of a community when you permit these to be built in the backyards. And so we do oppose it. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sir?
Hi, I'm Frank Toohey. I represent the Cape St. Clair Improvement Association. I'm a full-time employee of the association. We are a community of 2,500 lots, 2,300 homes, and a population of nearly 8,000, and we stand opposed to this legislation as amended and offered. Allowing accessory dwelling units in our community is directly contrary to the recorded covenants of our community. The Cape St. Clair Improvement Association administers these covenants and seeks legal remedy when the covenants are violated. Without restriction, the Cape St. Clair Improvement Association anticipates an increase in legal and other costs to preserve these covenants. This legislation fails to recognize the significance of these covenants that they have in maintaining the integrity and essence of a community. The Cape St. Clair Improvement Association is a very vibrant waterfront community with beaches, parks, marinas, and community clubhouse. These amenities make our community desirable to home buyers. These are the same amenities that will be desirable to Airbnbs, Verbos, and vacation-type rentals. Without a prohibition in the law that prevents such uses, the resources enjoyed by our community members and subsidized by homeowners could become very overburdened. The Cape St. Clair community is predominantly a residential community with mostly unpainted but paved roads that are generally narrow in nature. A majority of the parking in the community is off-street in residential driveways. By eliminating the requirement of additional on-property parking, the community streets will become less passable by the additional number of vehicles associated with the ADUs. The Broadneck School Peninsula, go Bruins, is a very desirable school district, one of the best in Anne Arundel County. These ADUs will undoubtedly create a burden on these school districts and other school districts like ours by providing a mechanism to achieve residency. Therefore, not considering population increases due to the ADUs is irresponsible. The Cape St. Clair Improvement Association is a densely populated community with prescribed lot sizes that were established in 1949 and recorded in covenants in 1959. By removing the stipulation that the lot be under 14,000 square feet or more, the community will become more dense with structures resulting in additional strains on utilities and public services, including emergency services. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Please be seated. All right. The public testimony on bill number 623 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 623.
Bill number 623, an ordinance concerning public works, subdivision and development, zoning, accessory dwelling units.
And I see there is a technical amendment. Okay. City, All right, so Madam Secretary, one second. Please read amendment number, is that 6?
14.
Or 14?
Amendment number 14. This technical amendment corrects a typographical error.
All right, may I have a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt, Allison Pickard.
All right, is there a second? Second. All right. Is there any discussion?
I actually had discussion on the bill, but I would like to support correcting typos, as I know Mr. Barron does as well.
Okay.
Here, here.
But when there's an opportunity, I'd like to comment as well.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 14.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey? Aye. Ms. Hummer? Aye. Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 14 has been adopted.
And seeing this is a technical amendment, this bill is eligible for being voted on tonight. Any further discussion? Ms. Rodvian?
Yeah, thank you so much. I just wanted to address a couple of the points that were offered in the testimony. I heard a couple comparisons of the Anne Arundel County housing market to San Diego, and my quick search indicates that San Diego is indeed in desperate need of ADUs far more than Anne Arundel County. The median single-family home price in San Diego right now is $880,000. Not that Anne Arundel's is small at $450,000. So we are in a different situation. Some folks had asked about, how are we going to monitor? What's the accountability? This piece of legislation requires an annual report from Inspections and Permits that does two things. One, it reports the number of applications to have ADUs, how many people applied to actually build one, and then how many were granted occupancy permits. So there is monitoring. If we see, an explosion, and I'll also say, we worked with Inspections and Permits, and I work with them about various issues all the time. And I have a feeling if I asked them, a month from now, how are things going? 6 months from now, how are things going? They would be willing to share that information. We've talked about, folks have mentioned, private covenants. This bill does not prevent any neighborhood from from having those private covenants for seeking remedy for them. But if we're deciding that our county policy is to allow ADUs, that's going to be up to the communities that have a different policy than the county to enforce those. Ms. Leahy, you raised the issue about them being sold separately. That is absolutely not the case, and I apologize if I misspoke at some point and indicated that they could be. They cannot be sold separately. From a conservation standpoint, I actually think ADUs are a strong policy position. We have limited forested resources in our county, and so we have a choice. We can put a little bit more housing in places that are already cleared, or we can clear acres and acres of new forest. So this is a way to actually improve the conservation outcome, leave those forests, that animal habitat intact, leave those trees in place. So this would not, I think this has a much less dire conservation impact than many other types of housing, because they don't take virgin land. They take land that's already developed. There was a question about the data from ACDS. They regularly go through their data. I wish you had asked me that, because I could have provided a little bit more information, and I could have reached out to my contact over there. I'm blanking on his name. Martin. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Barron. What's his last name?
I was going to say, I would go to Aaron Karpowitz.
Oh, or Aaron Karpowitz, who could also provide that data. With respect to Airbnbs, the data shows that in places where ADU laws are adopted, even in places that have tourist industries, the percentage of people that turn their ADUs into Airbnbs is actually rather small. It's somewhere in the 10 to 12% range. And I think that people forget that operating an Airbnb, it doesn't happen by itself. You are operating a business out of your home if you're operating an Airbnb, and it's an enormous amount of work. You are cleaning every day. You are changing sheets and cleaning towels and making sure things are picked up and the trash is picked up every single day. So it really is not something everyone wants to do. It's much easier, for example, to, obviously it's more lucrative. So if you have the willingness to do that, for example, if you lost your job and you needed another source of income until you were able to become reemployed, having that ADU might actually prevent you from losing your home. So on the flip side of affordable housing, it also allows people with very high mortgages in many cases around this county to stay in their home because they have an option to rent something out on a long-term or a short-term basis. And finally, I'm a little bit frustrated that, ADUs, at least in terms of the testimony, are treated differently. I actually had the occasion to go down to the Hillsmere neighborhood to drop something off at a friend's house. And, I see along the waterfront places where there were small, modest homes. We are now seeing gigantic homes that take up much of the lot. I have never in my 5 years heard a complaint about that kind of land use. This is much more modest. I don't hear folks complaining about, additions to their neighbors' homes. So I feel like we need to be consistent. We can't, single out one type of housing, and we're not expressing concern about something else. So with that said, I certainly appreciate the concerns. I certainly am not going to ignore them. Like I said, this data from inspections and permits, I will be asking well before 12 months to see how things are going. But when we look at places in other parts of the country that have passed laws like this, ADUs are built very slowly. They just don't, it's a huge investment. You have to, you have to get financing that may be, $50,000 to $100,000, and not everyone wants to go through that effort and have the trouble of, most people will do it when they have a specific purpose for it. They'll do it when they have an elderly parent that they want to be able to care for, or a young adult child who they, is looking around and seeing that the average apartment price in Anne Arundel County is roughly $2,000 a month. So this really is not going to be, this is not going to be Anne Arundel County taken over by ADUs. So I really just want to allay folks' concerns about that. That's not what we're going to see. It hasn't happened other places. If it has in San Diego, it's because they haven't taken other measures to address their lack of rentals and affordable housing. We're trying to be proactive here. And for that reason, I really hope that my colleagues will support this bill.
Thank you. Mr. Volkey?
I was going to let Madam Vice Chair go first.
Vice Chair? I know, that was...
Defer to you.
Are you okay?
Thank you. Thank you to my gentlemen colleagues. I pressed my button to speak in response to some of the testimony given tonight, and I actually I'm gonna refrain from actually a response. I do want to thank Mr. Jeff Hill and our AARP representatives here tonight. I appreciate the support for my AARP folks. I literally carry your booklets and toolkits around with me, and I'm so excited that you and your members are a supportive partner in ADUs, in missing middle housing, in walkable, sustainable communities, in making sure that communities across the country, and now, hopefully, in about 4 minutes, in Anne Arundel County, that we are, again, walking towards community, walking towards the trends in the housing market and going to make this county a little better place for some. With the way our housing, we're not quite there. I can't say that Anne Arundel County is the best place for all with our housing policy yet, because we're not. So I'm going to leave it at that, and again, thank the sponsor for her incredibly hard work on this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Wilkie?
Mr. Chair. Ms. Blair Klausmeyer, you're up again. So there was some concern that I heard from folks about covenants, community association bylaws, sort of the ability to be self-governing, if you will, as a community association vis-a-vis the rules that exist in the county. Can you just clarify a little bit what steps, if any, communities can take, whether they currently have these types of ADUs prohibited in their bylaws? If they don't, could they take action to prohibit them? Could they go forward with covenants? If they already have covenants, how enforceable are those? That, I think the rights of those private property owners who banded together in that, to me, would seem to supersede the county law, but I welcome your thoughts on that.
Sure. Lori Blair, Klassmeyer, Deputy County Attorney. And that's correct. I mean, to the extent that there are enforceable covenants for any community, they're generally going to be recorded covenants, recorded in the land records, signed. You get a copy when you sign your deed. To the extent that those exist, this law would not change that. Those would supersede this county law. This county law would not have to apply there. Those covenants can be retroactively, and when I say retroactively, they're usually done at the time of development of the community. They can be done retroactively. It's a little more complicated process, but it's certainly something that they could speak to legal counsel about having if a community was interested in putting something enforceable into place to prevent these.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I have more.
Oh, go ahead. I thought you were, I'm sorry.
If I'm
Yeah.
allowed.
No, go ahead. I
Okay,
want to
thank you.
just get it done.
I just want to share, I want to thank all the folks who came out in opposition to this bill, not just those in support, because I have found this to be a difficult bill. Some people highlighted concerns that I had from the very beginning about this bill with the change in parking requirements. That has been something that has troubled me from the beginning. There are some pieces of this with the Airbnb and short-term rentals versus having to have a long-term rental component to this, whether it has to be owner-occupied or not. And so I've struggled with a lot of these things. And I will say this, and it may not be something that people want to hear, but in the end, I come down on this in the way that I look at many things, which is the right of the individual property owner, to me, is a paramount right, and it's a paramount consideration. And so I think that that right is something that this bill preserves effectively. And so the way I look at the world is that this bill does something that I can buy into. But I also think that in a community with a bunch of private property owners who say we want to collectively band together and say we don't want these in our community, I think you absolutely have that right. And I think that's where covenants, whether they be covenants that run with the land, whether they be bylaws because you've already got planned unit riders that are in your community, there are a number of different ways that I think exist for the community, these private property owners, to band together and say these are things that we don't want. But ultimately, we have to vote on this, right, one way or the other. And for me, the challenge has been, I didn't get everything that I wanted out of this bill, but I certainly see this bill as a way to allow private property owners to do things with their property that they want to do, to allow certain folks to age in place, to allow people to find ways to stay in their homes in this county, which is quite expensive. So ultimately, I'm going to support the bill. It has been a challenge for me to get there, but I just want to share that I appreciate everybody who's come out in opposition, because I think all too often we pat on the back the people who come out to say what we want them to say, and we don't thank the people who are opposed. And I appreciate you coming out to voice your opinion and to help make this process better and to help give us inputs that have allowed us to make better legislation. It may not be perfect, but it's certainly better. So thank you all for coming out.
Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to circle back to one of the individuals speaking. They mentioned a shed that was right on the property line. I don't think that in that scenario a shed could be converted into an ADU, because I think it would fall under types of accessory dwelling units that are not considered under this bill. I mean, it's 1810-121, line 46. Mobile home, manufactured home would not apply here. And I think a shed, at least my vision of a shed, would be that you couldn't easily convert one into an ADU. It would most likely have to be a tear down and construction and permit process, which then would fall to the setback amendment that we've put in place here. Could someone confirm that, either Office of Law or OPZ?
Her face says it all.
Lori Blair Glassmeyer, Deputy County Attorney. I think it's going to depend on the shed. There are some fancy sheds out there.
Understood.
I wouldn't want to live in mine personally, but I've seen some fancy ones. I don't know if FPZ has any better input than that, but.
Okay. Well, then I will just, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Please.
I think if you took the testimony we heard this evening from the 5th District, it's pretty split right down the middle. So I'm in an interesting position tonight. But like my colleague, Mr. Volke, I've really worked through the bill with the folks who have expressed opposition. I went into a community meeting about a month and a half ago, very excited about the potential of this bill, and very quickly pumped the brakes and heard a lot of opposition. And that was the impetus for the setback amendment that I introduced that passed, that was massaged even more. So for me, there are enough safeguards, guardrails, whatever you want to call them, and the addition of the covenants protection for communities that I'm in a comfortable place this evening to support the bill. But it is the opposition actually that made this a stronger bill. So thank you for coming out, and we'll continue to monitor this as it becomes law.
Seeing no other, I'll simply say that the one thing I've learned, the 6 years that I've been a part of this body over the last decade, and the years in the Marines is never make perfect the enemy of good. And we will have many opportunities in the future that if we see something that is not going the way we thought, that we can't make course corrections. And so I recognize that. And we're going to have other legislation tonight that will also, anger a lot of people or frustrate a lot of people. And so I'm just trying to move the needle in a way that overall helps citizens in this county be more productive and be able to stay in their homes as best as possible. So with that said, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on bill number 623.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volke.
Aye.
Ms. Hummer.
An enthusiastic aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Keeping in mind this is obviously living legislation that we can come back and address in the future, I'm an aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Bill number 623 has been passed.
Ms. Ravi?
Thank you very much to my colleagues for your support. And we will be keeping an eye on the issues that have been raised by several districts.
Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 1323.
Bill number 1323, an ordinance concerning licenses and registrations, special events, permitting.
Mr. Barron? I actually forgot to call you as we got so into that bill towards the last one, but I knew where you stood on it already.
Weird, that's okay, Mr. Chairman. While my folks are joining me, I'll introduce them. We have Ms. Preeti Emmerich, our OEM Director, Deputy Chief Schultz from our Fire Department, Captain Rodriguez from our Police Department, Holly Velez from INP, and Mr. Ethan Hunt from the Office of Law. I think I got everybody. So want to thank the council and members of the public for the continued dialogue on this bill. I think we're going to hear some more tonight. Call me psychic. The bill comes at a request of our public safety agencies. The Office of Emergency Management, our police and fire department really led the effort in identifying the need for this bill. Just to remind council members and the public that this bill is necessary to address public safety concerns, similar to laws across the state and other counties and even in the city of Annapolis. When we drafted this bill, we drafted it making sure that the needs of our public safety agencies were kept at the forefront. You will see a number of amendments tonight. I ask that you keep the the big picture of why this bill is needed. Large gatherings of individuals can create public safety dangers, and the bill here is not an attempt to stop people from gathering, but rather to set up a process whereby we can ensure to the best of our abilities that those events are planned properly, are safe, and the county has the awareness of what's going on any given day. I'll hold our discussion on the amendments until the appropriate time, but I do want to thank council members. Over the past couple of weeks, we have exchanged numerous emails, phone calls, and there's a big package of administration amendments that come directly from comments from the public and comments from you, and we'll discuss those at the appropriate time. Ms. Emmerich or anybody, do you want to add to that?
I just want to echo what Mr. Barron has said. Again, this amendment is kept with public safety in mind, but we understand some of the concerns, and I think the amendments address that. So thank you.
I will actually, sorry, if I may, want to turn it over to Mr. Hunt. I know the county council got a letter from an attorney, and I just want to respond to some of the charges in that letter.
Ethan Hunt, Assistant County Attorney. So Mr. Barron sent me a copy of that letter, and I just want to clarify one thing real quickly, and I think there might have been some confusion. In the bill, the definition of what a special event is, it's not merely a large gathering of people. There are 3 criteria that trigger the definition of special event and the requirement to get a permit. One is a specific and exclusive use of public streets, alleys, right-of-ways, county waters, or other public property. Number 2 is creating a physical impediment to the safe flow of vehicular and pedestrian traffic along roadways. And 3 is use of county services exceeding normal operations, including personnel. So if you're not utilizing county resources above and beyond normal operating procedures, or you're not exclusively occupying and utilizing county property, or you're not creating a physical impediment to the safe and orderly flow of pedestrian and vehicular traffic, you're not a special event. This whole permitting process does not apply to you.
Thank you. Mr. Volke?
Yeah, I agree with that. I read that letter too, and I thought it was interesting because it was acknowledged that the bill should be limited to things on public property, and that's literally what the bill kind of deals with. So I thought that was interesting. But turning for a second, I wanted to talk about something different with this bill. I noticed that one of the groups that I think is going to be impacted by this bill is Rec and Parks. And I don't see anybody from Rec and Parks here to weigh in on how this bill impacts them. Is there a reason for that? I know public safety was the driver, but I think they're going to be impacted.
So Rec and Parks does have a process for allowing events on county parks. They've been shared with the bill. Ms. Emmerich can speak more. She's had lengthy conversations with the director. The issue here is there are occasionally large events at our parks that do require a public safety presence. I think Captain Rodriguez and Deputy Chief Schultz can speak to sporting events that passions get inflamed, and there often are conflicts, or there are logistical planning issues with getting that many participants in and out of a county park. One of the amendments that you will see from the administration does include some exemptions for some of the fees in recognition that you're already paying if you're using a county park.
Okay, yeah, and I get that, and I appreciate that. I guess I would just like in future, if this bill comes back again, I would love to see somebody from Rec and Parks up here just so that we could ask them questions too, because they will be impacted by this. So I think it would be helpful for us to just make sure we understand how this impacts them, in addition to the rest of you who are obviously dealing with it.
I suspect that this bill will be amended tonight, and I think we'll have another opportunity.
Appreciate you.
Seeing no further discussion, we will now open the public hearing on bill number 1323. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we did. we received 66 submissions. Try saying that a few times fast. 66 submissions of testimony on Bill 1323 through the online testimony tool. That summary is it's included in the summary posted online. Everyone got a copy here, and it will be added to the meeting record.
Thank you. We'll now hear from individuals who signed up ahead of time. There are a number of people who signed up ahead of time, and I will call in the order that they signed up. Mr. Bariano, Anna Cheney, Susan Grace Du Bois. Is that Dario Ferment? Oh, that Dario. I know him. Miss Jules Smith and Ms. Gibbons. Is that Janine Gibbons? Mr. Barrietto, please.
Good evening, members of the Anne Arundel County Council. For the record, Bruce Barriano. I'm here on behalf of the Anne Arundel County Fair. I previously testified on this bill last time. It goes without saying the Anne Arundel County Fair wants to be cooperative. They want to be understanding. They want to work with the county and the administration. There still are problems and difficulties with this legislation. I was able to get a copy of the amendments that the administration, I was told then, are proposing tonight. I did send my comments to you, responding to them. They're intended to be constructive. And I mean, I said earlier, and I say this with the greatest respect, the process that you have, given the very uncertain, well, the bill, the way the bill was drafted, the ambiguities, the conflicts, the vagueness, the lack of proper organization, it's very hard in your process to fix something in this kind of fashion. But I urge you, please, I only have 2 minutes here, please look at the memo I sent you today. Please put the words where they belong, and you will see the county still, on their own, without any recourse, can cancel something, call it an emergency, call it whatever they want. The question of costs and expenses is not resolved at all. I know I'm being technical, but you have to be technical. You're legislators, and the words in bills which become law are critical, because it's not just this administration. This is going to be a bill and a law that may be on the books for a period of time. So in closing, in the 2 minutes I have, which are gone, please look at this very carefully, put it together, and you'll see that there's still a tremendous drafting errors and things are not resolved or clear for governance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Cheney.
Can you hear me all right? Oh, there we go. My name's Anna Cheney. I'm from Lothian, Maryland. I have been in the special events business for 33 years. I started when I was 12, just kidding. And hey, that's too much laughing. Okay, we have an agritourism use certificate on our farm. So I went back to farming, grew up on a farm, and now we do agritourism on the farm as well. And after 2 years of permitting processes to host special events on our farm, we now have 4 different licenses already. So we have an agritourism use certificate. We've attained approval at the county, the state, and the federal government through the Ag Preservation Program, which involved myriad letters, an engineer's survey and site plan, which cost thousands of dollars, attending hearings at the county, state, and federal level, interviews by the federal preservation folks, and several site inspections by various preservation representatives. So I can tell you that we also have a temporary food service license, and additionally, we will have to get a special event permit with the county that already goes to the fire marshal, OPZ, IMP, Parks and Recs, and the health department if we have another special event on the farm. So I was happy to see the amendments here. I definitely need to dive into these because it looks like some of these things have been addressed. I will say that if all of them can't be addressed through this process, that I'm more than happy to volunteer my time to sit on a task force, which could be very valuable to this bill. It's a big bill. So I appreciate the work you've done. I appreciate the intent of the bill, and I would love to see this amended to the point where it makes good sense for supporting, as you stated, Chair, that you want the county residents to be able to do the right thing, and to make a bill that appears to be punitory, for maybe one or two different events, I don't know, in the county. It would be difficult for me to support this if it's going after a few bad actors, which will always exist, while penalizing those of us who really try hard to do the right thing. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Boyce? You're live now.
Okay, thank you. Hello, and thank you for your time. My name is Susan Grace Dubois, and I'm a constituent who lives in District 6. I spoke before this council on March 20th about the wording of Bill 1323, and I am here again to discuss the current wording of Bill 1323. I run a business at 1821 Crownsville Road inside the grounds of the Maryland Renaissance Festival. Rapunzel's hair braiding trains local people with a lifelong skill that they use and continue to pass down to their families as a trade skill. It is apprenticeship at its purest sense of the word. I've trained numerous locals and have started many careers with the skill of hair braiding. This year will be my 21st season. I will again have an amazing braider bramble of about 40 local staff members who will work with me during those 9 weeks. I have 6 mother-daughter sets of staff, 2 sets of sisters, 5 college students, and entire family units who plan their household budgets on the money they earn at the Maryland Renaissance Festival in those 9 weeks. And I feel I would be remiss to not acknowledge that even as a veteran public school teacher with 2 postgraduate degrees who is 13 days away from dissertation defense, I could not afford to live in Annapolis without the money my business brings into my household from the Maryland Renaissance Festival. The festival has already been approved with a special permit and submitted to the zoning process in both 1985 and 1990. It has run continuously, minus the last year of COVID, for the same 9 weekends since 1990. Patrons and business owners alike know that the festival opens the weekend before Labor Day and runs for 9 straight weekends. We have built our patronage around our stable schedule. No one is opposed to safety and security, but Bill 1323 is too vague in its current wording. This permits attempts to exceed the Maryland Renaissance Festival zoning approval. The uncertainty this bill brings for my staff and for every business owner and worker at the Renaissance Fair is unfair. Words matter, and Bill 1323 is too broad in its scope to be passed by this council. I ask that if this bill moves forward, the Maryland Renaissance Festival be identified as a name-excluded event or be grandfathered in. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Boyce. Mr. Furman? Who I'm certainly a fan of.
All right, so we're good to go. So, Chairman and the rest of the members of the council, I actually know one other person, I think Lisa. Her son used to date my daughter. And this is the first time we're meeting. Isn't that crazy? Oh, man. Anyway.
I love it. We're all family in here.
Right? Awesome. Close-knit county. So Jules, I'm sure, is going to talk more about kind of how everything impacts how the Renaissance Festival works. So I just really want to talk about kind of the outcomes in the follow-on kind of business, right? So I'm with the Odenton Lodge, 209 here in Anne Arundel County in Odenton. We do fundraising like many other organizations there at the Renaissance Festival, and it's not a big amount of money, right? But we're not in the business of big, huge dollar amounts. We're in the business of kind of small money, but that small money means a bunch to the folks in Anne Arundel County, or at least the groups that we try to help. Every year we have a little high school scholarship that we like to give. Normally it's only $500, but with the money we make at the Renaissance Festival, we get to make that into $1,500. And then we also get to, instead of buying 2 backpacks at the beginning of the school year, we get to buy 10 backpacks. So again, not a whole lot of money, but when it's an all-volunteer group that has no paid people, and our dues cover kind of the regular bills, the rent and all that jazz, we usually focus on the opportunities that we can make to, 1, make some money, and 2, have fun doing it. This is the one fundraiser that I have no problem getting people to participate in because it is fun, right? And then also, I'm going to have to make a note. I'm going to have to learn Ms. Dubois' braiding techniques because these locks right here, are not easy to do. Curly hair, especially on long, hot days in August, is which usually when we're doing the Renaissance Festival. So, come on out, right? Boom, less than 2 minutes.
Thank you. I do look forward to my braids as well, Mr. Poison. I know. Jules Smith.
Good evening. Jules Smith, 3890 Green Meadow Lane, Davidsonville. I'm the president and along with other family members, the owner of the Maryland Renaissance Festival. My attorney wants me to mention again the economic benefits the festival provides. Last year, $677,000 in county amusement tax. During the course of the fair here in Anne Arundel County, we've paid $13.75 million in county amusement tax. $3.4 million has been raised by charitable groups over the same amount of time. We employ 1,300 seasonal workers annually, and we have fixed expenses of $1.2 million even before we open the gates, just on rent and property taxes and utilities and whatnot, just to get open. I want to focus on why the facility and its singular purpose should be exempt, like the 6 lines of exempted facilities at the top of page 3 of the proposed bill. We were invited by the county to relocate here. We and our merchants who own their own buildings created a $15.6 million facility for one purpose, the specifically zoned and defined Renaissance Festival, all while maintaining the agricultural aspect required for a Renaissance Festival in an RA area as written into the county code. Our seasonality, purpose, production, and performance are as regular as any other entertainment facility, as these too are scheduled in our approved zoning. The definition in the proposed bill of a special event that does not have regularity or permanence throughout the year is peculiar to this proposed bill and alters the zoning and agreed and approved terms of our facility. In the bill's exempted facilities, it says, any other like structure if the structure is specifically designed to be used as a place for assembly of individuals. Ours is a hybrid of buildings, walkways, amusements, attractions, and retail in a contained facility with one use only. No other events can be held. Although we are not as elaborate, Six Flags in Prince George's County may be the closest example, and they are exempt from that county's special event permitting, as our general manager, Mr. Vaughn, informed me last week. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Gibbons?
Hi. Hi. My name is Jeannie Gibbons, and I live in Allegheny County, Maryland. I have been a participant and merchant vendor artist at the Maryland Renaissance Festival since it's been in Anne Arundel County. So that's been, I believe, 38 years. Try not to be shocked that I could be that old. I wanted to just speak in support of the festival and what an important part of my family's economic existence it is. My husband also owns a building there and has a business, as many friends of mine do. Without the stability of that festival, it would put many people, many artists, many different vendors, food people, a lot of different people with different, we all do different things there. But it would put us all in jeopardy. Like, we would not be able to support our families. And this is a very big event. With uncertainty, we've invested with buildings, 38 years, improving them, rebuilding them. So I just wanted to ask you to please consider the language very carefully and consider amending it, because we also have our own security there, health, EMTs, things like that. So we aren't putting a burden. The fire marshals come through every year, and everyone works with them to make sure the buildings are safe. That's why I'm here, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your public testimony. Ms. Gibbons, we do recognize you were an infant when you started working there, so for the record, we'll just put that on there. And Ms. Cheney was just 5, 38 years ago. We have a few more people, Alan Lang, Deborah Hathaway, and John May. All right, Mr. Lang.
see if I can get this to work.
There it is.
Is that it? All
Yes,
right.
sir.
All right. My name is Alan Lang. I live in Pasadena, Maryland. And what I'd like to do is at least go through why I think the language is vague. At least I heard Mr. Hunt say that most things would be exempt. But from the way I read it, just asking for a permit for a pavilion at Downs Park would be a special event. So if maybe you can follow, right now, all you need is $180 to rent one and $160 for parking. And that's pretty much it. But under this new process, first of all, it would having to rent one for my high school reunion in October, we would have 50 to 100, so we would meet the public assembly. That's page 2, lines 36, 37. The pavilion's not inside, so it doesn't meet the exemptions on page 3, lines 3 through 8. On page 2, lines 39 to 40, as a public assembly, we don't have regularity or permanence, but it's held on a designated base, so far we're still not exempt. Page 2, lines 44 to 45, we would have specific and exclusive use of the public property, so we're still not exempt. So the other, those items in number 9, to me, has an or in it. If you meet any one of those 3, you need a special event permit. It's not an and. So by having a pavilion and needing a special event, then on page 3, lines 47 to 56, items 5 through 8 would all be additional information I wouldn't currently have to provide the Departments of Recs and Parks. And the biggest one is item 8. The resources to be supplied by the sponsor to ensure security of the event, plus ensure the health and safety of our 50 to 168-year-olds. I'm sure we're going to need, so anyhow, in conclusion, I believe that the language is still vague and a lot of small events would still be subject to the special event process, plus possibly paying the fees to Recs and Parks. Maybe the amendment mentioned will take care of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hathaway.
Hi, I live in Talbot County. I also have been with the Renaissance Festival as a vendor for over 30 years, so I started as a child as well. And I wanted to reiterate what Jules and Jeannie both said. All of the artists, all of the crafters own their own buildings, their own little shops that look like little Tudor houses, and we keep them up as you would your own home. This year I'm putting a $16,000 roof on my shop, but in those shops you will find things made by American craftspeople. It's not from another country, made by foreign laborers. We make everything. And it's hard to find a venue where you can actually be a craftsperson and to sell your wares. So let me see if I can get through this in 2 minutes. My husband, Eric, and I have been vendors for 30 years, and it's become our main source of income. In fact, 74% of our annual income comes from the 9 weekends we are operating our shop and a game. We employ 13 people to work for us during the fair and employ 6 people year-round to help us make our product. Last year, we paid $14,622 combined in sales and amusement taxes to the state of Maryland. There are many like us who financially rely on this fest. Even a day or a weekend taken away would take a big chunk out of our annual earnings, as climate change already threatens to do. It would be financially devastating should the county suddenly decide not to issue or restrict the festival's permit. There are many of us who would be greatly impacted: artists and crafters, food vendors, performers, game operators, carpenters and builders, people employed by the fair for site operations, office workers, and even the Porta-John Company. Anyway, please remember us when you work over the bill. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. May.
Chairman Smith, members of the council, my name is John May. I live at 24
2420 Fox Creek Lane, Davidsonville, Maryland. I'm here today representing the Rotary Club of South Anne Arundel County. There are 5 Rotary clubs in Anne Arundel County consisting of more than 3,000 members, volunteers, generous financial donors, and together we touch the lives of thousands of individuals and families across the county each year. Rotary strongly opposes Bill 1323 and recommends it be sent back to the administration for revision and coordination with affected stakeholders. Importantly, the bill fails to distinguish between for-profit events and nonprofit sponsored events. Rotary clubs and their foundations in the county conduct fundraising special events and accepts donations that are transformed into service projects that changes the lives across the county by providing essential services. Essential services to our most vulnerable citizens, sheltering the homeless, reducing hunger and food insecurity, improving the health and well-being of children and older individuals, providing quality education, improving the environment within the county, and alleviating poverty. All essential services which augment county services. Essential services that are in the public interest. And as essential services that are in the public interest, where county residents as a whole receive the benefits from such services, costs incurred by the county for equipment usage and personnel in support of these special events should be appropriately funded with general county revenues as opposed to fees and special service charges on the nonprofit event sponsor. The county should not tax the nonprofit organizations that provide these essential services to our county residents. The county should thank them. The Rotary strongly urges the council vote no and send the bill back to the administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your public testimony. Please be seated. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak on Bill 1323? Please come forward now. This is the final call for Bill 1323. We have room for 6 people up front. We'll start from my right and move to the left. Sir?
All right. Good evening. My name is Joe Larson. I am the president of the Anne Arundel County Volunteer Firefighters Association. I testified at the last council meeting in opposition to Bill 1323. The association has also voted to oppose this bill based on its language as written, and I have seen the proposed amendments. We are still having trouble with the language in this and the fact that we hear that it's not intended for this, it's intended for that. And intentions are not written. What's written is written and will become law. I do have a couple additions where the language for the Renaissance Festival, as you know, we have had the contract to provide first aid services for the Renaissance Festival, and we've had that for 25 years. We have heard from the County Fire Department administration that this bill was coming. We've been told, and a lot of times we've heard, just because you've been doing it for 25 years doesn't mean you've been doing it right. I believe we've been doing it right. But some of the other things about staffing for events, and it has to do with police and for fire. If reserve officers were used, volunteer firefighters were used and assessed in the billing, because there are no salaries, overtime to be paid for volunteers, will their positions still be assessed and charged? If they're charged, can volunteer fire departments use that in conjunction the same way that we use ambulance billing fees, where we share a portion of that? Fire department staff, police staff can do overtime. Some police officers have take-home vehicles, and that vehicle will be available. But fire department doesn't have take-home ambulances. They don't have ready ambulances, with a few exceptions. If there's overtime or if ambulances to be used, they're going to come from on-duty staff. Will they be charged that additional fee? because on-duty staff is already paid by their salary. So will theirs be already assessed as well? So again, the association still, as written, opposes this bill.
Thank you. And if you all can, and if you could do this as well, Mr. Larson, state your address for the record as well.
I apologize. Turn this back on. Okay. I live 7771 Kidwell Drive, Hanover, Maryland.
Thank you. Down the street from me. Sir, you're next. Please state your name and address for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Sure, Chairman, Mr. Council members. I'm David Morrisberger of Davidsonville, Maryland. I strongly oppose this bill. Mr. Barron earlier said, don't forget the big picture. Does the big picture require permission with a fee to exercise our First Amendment right to peacefully assemble? To me, no amendment except changing it from a permission process to a notification process would be acceptable, in my opinion. Councilwoman Radvian presented this concept at the last session. Mr. Barron was quick to shoot it down in favor of giving the county executive's office extraordinary power over our precious First Amendment right. As discussed last session, I understand and support law enforcement's need and EMS is being prepared. We should not just rely on their intelligence arms looking on Facebook or finding out it by happenstance. We should help them understand what events are upcoming. A process where the event is approved by default. In the case there can be, after it has been evaluated by law enforcement and EMS, further discussions with the sponsor and mutually agreed upon modifications. If for some reason, examples could include illegal activities, eliciting violence, the event is canceled, there needs to be an approval process, an appeals process, so that they can get, talk about the reasons for wanting to cancel it and discuss maybe there was a misinterpretation or something. But embedded in this, there is no kind of appeals process if anything happens. So again, I oppose this bill, and I think it really needs to be a notification process like the current parade process. And if for some reason after evaluation they want to have further discussions, they should. Thank you.
Sir.
My name is Johnny Howe. I live in Admiral Heights in Annapolis in District 6. I am a Maryland attorney. When I was in law school, I used to tutor constitutional law. I haven't really been involved in county government up until this point, but this weekend I was sent this bill that sent some red flags up for me. We have a constitutional protection for freedom of speech and freedom of assembly from government action, which means that the government's ability to place limitations on these actions is very, very narrow. In fact, the very phrase that people often cite to justify government encroachment on these is a phrase that the Supreme, shouting fire in a crowded theater. This was actually a phrase that the Supreme Court used to emphasize just how limited, in the original context it was used, it was meant to emphasize how limited government's power is to limit the First Amendment. And what especially sent up a red flag for me is this section here where it says that they can cancel an event for the general welfare of the public, which means basically a blank check for whoever is deciding that, because that phrase means whatever somebody wants it to mean. It's not clear language at all. There are also other sections that would empower the government to cancel an event based on what's called a heckler's veto, which means, which is especially important in the county where the state capital is, where people want to have political protest over controversial issues. If somebody who is opposed to that cause, if people are threatening to cause problems, a county official might say, well, because of these people in opposition, holding this event is going to cause a public safety risk. So I would strongly advise this council to reject this bill, or to, at the very minimum, have this reviewed by people who are specialized in First Amendment law. Talk to somebody from the ACLU or fire.
Thank you. Thank you. Please.
Hello, my name is Meg Shafai. I'm in Catonsville, Maryland.
I've been associated with the fair since it opened in 1985, either supporting friends or family with their businesses. I don't really think I can improve on much of what everyone's already said, but I would like to offer the addition that the folks who come to this area to participate in the show, as well as those who only work at the show during the season but maybe live nearby, we support the local businesses by the purchase of goods and services, hardware, gardening supplies to improve the booths, as well as just buying groceries and other services. Additionally, there are a number of entertainment and restaurant venues nearby that benefit enormously from our patronage, as well as the patronage of fair patrons who now may go and visit them after the show is closed. So that's one thing I wanted to bring up. And I think I've mislaid the other thought I had in my mind, but that was one thing that I thought was an interesting benefit over and above the significant income that the booth owners realize from this fair.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
I am Frank Toohey. I'm a county resident of 30 years, and I'm an employee of the Cape St. Clair and representing the Cape St. Clair Improvement Association at 1223 River Bay Road. Our community of nearly 8,000 residents holds an annual Strawberry Festival and Parade and 4th of July celebration and parade. Our Strawberry Festival is our signature event, and it enhances the spirit and camaraderie of our community. Under the provisions of this bill, the Cape St. Clair Improvement Association, Strawberry Festival, and the 4th of July celebration are placed into jeopardy simply because of the financial impact and the burden imposed by this bill as an event organizer may cause. Although a provision allows for fees to be exempted when in the best interest of the county, there are no guarantees. Although the lack of guarantees creates unnecessary risk for our community such as ours, why expend the time, the money, and the effort in preparing and planning such events when you may not get a permit? And if a permit is issued, bearing the additional cost imposed by it. It is our hope that the cost of if this bill is passed, it is hoped that the costs are minimal to community associations and that liberal exceptions be granted for traditional community-sponsored events, especially those held annually across this county. In its current form, the bill is inherently problematic. There are no provisions for rain dates or other legitimate postponements. There is no provision for any refunds of fees paid or canceled events, especially when due to weather. And there are no provision to allow amendments to the application when denied if less than 14 days from the event. This bill also creates unintended consequences. Conflicts are sure to arise when the county issues a permit for one event in one part of the county, but not another scheduled event for the same day in another part of the county. Certainly, the 4th of July holiday timeframe will present this dilemma. The true intent of this bill appears to be to address the extraordinary costs realized by the county for events that demonstrated risk associated with that event. From past testimony, these events seem to be commercial enterprises who seek profit from that event. Community organizations holding local community events of low risk and not for profit should not be ensnared in the regulation imposed by this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Hello, I'm Melinda Johnson. My address is 604 Beach, Newport News, Virginia. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Renaissance Festival also. I have this very laid out thing to say to you, and since I have heard all of this, I'm ready to start over. I have been at the Maryland Renaissance Festival since 1991 as either an employee or a business owner. I waited all the way until I was a retired person to be able to have my own business, which I bought in 2019. Do you realize what that means? We were actually closed my first year of business and the first time ever in the history of the festival. I need consistency. If there is a possibility that the festival could be shut down for willy-nilly reasons or anything that would be of importance to you, it would cost me, the 5 employees that I have that are from Crownsville and Annapolis, the $78,000 I have invested in this festival in the last 3 years in my building and just making things wonderful for the patrons that come in and spend their money there. Everything in my booth is also handmade. which requires employment of other people local during the whole year, off and on. I maintain my buildings. I do the best I possibly can to make everything right, but a day closed at the festival would probably set me back out of business. My friend Gabriel, who owns a business also at the Renaissance Festival, says he would like to let you know that of the 300,000 people each fall who enjoy the festival and then leave their dollars behind at local restaurants, hotels, and businesses. Oh, well, I guess I'm through. I'm
Thank you.
sorry. We invest big in Maryland. It takes me 5 hours to get here. I don't know if y'all know what 95 is like on a Friday, but, you know, years of this I've been doing and supporting you. Please consider supporting a bill that will help us to be able to understand and have faith in
Thank
our
you.
contracts that we sign.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony, and please return to your seats. Anyone else? Final call. I think we got everyone. I didn't see anyone move in previously. The public testimony on, I think he's letting her in, yeah. The public testimony on Bill number 1323 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 1323.
Bill number 1323, an ordinance concerning licenses and registrations, special events, permitting.
Any further? We're going to hurry up and go to this amendment piece. Did you want to say something, Mr.
I just
Volpe?
wanted to thank the folks who came from Allegheny, Talbot, and Newport News, Virginia. I appreciate everybody else coming, but that's a long way to go. So thank you for coming out here to share your opinions with us.
Chairman Smith,
Yep.
I actually I had written down the same thing. I feel like how many county lines you cross, we should give you an extra minute to testify. So thank you so much for coming all the way to Annapolis.
All right. Yeah, it is about 5 hours. We went to Dam Neck, Virginia, is where I went to a military school at and had to drive through Newport News. Mr. Barron, I'm sorry. Any additional comments before we?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you heard sort of the comments. We have definitely heard them. We have a number of amendments that are coming that hopefully will address some of those concerns.
All right, Madam Secretary, seeing no further discussion, please read Amendment number 9.
Amendment number 9. This amendment excludes from the definition of special events an agritourism event held on private property that does not require the exclusive use of public streets or roads or the use of county services exceeding normal operations, and excludes agritourism and farm or agricultural heritage site special events authorized by the planning and zoning officer.
And so for clarity, I know we spoke before, Amendment number 9 used to be Amendment number 2 that we, during the previous session, we kind of placed at the end of the meeting, and it went so that I think we just forgot about Amendment number 2. So Amendment number 2 is Amendment number 9 for those who were keeping track of these amendments. Mr. Barron.
Actually, this
I'm
is
sorry.
Councilwoman Ledbetter's,
Yes.
but if I may, Councilwoman, I want to apologize. It was my ask to hold this amendment back on Amendment 2 because I had an incorrect amendment that was shared with me with staff. There were many versions floating around, and I put the wrong one in my book. That was not on staff, that was on me. So
Sure.
appreciate the patience of the council.
No problem. Ms. Ledbetter.
Thank you, Chairman. This amendment, in discussions with the administration, and I would like to thank the administration for engaging in these discussions, they made it clear that the intent of this bill was not and is not to include or to place an additional burden on our agritourism businesses. But this amendment, the purpose of it is to put that into writing. As currently written, the legislation explicitly exempts events that are inside churches, assembly halls, ballrooms, restaurants, conference centers, wedding halls, and other like structures that are designed to be used as places of assembly. These are places that are considered direct competitors to those who host agritourism events. Agritourism businesses also have areas of their properties designed to assemble people. but these areas are outside. Agritourism by nature is an outdoor activity. As written, the current legislation unfairly favors businesses that have inside events, and without this amendment, this legislation could be used in the future to discriminate against the outdoor nature of the agritourism industry. Furthermore, I'd like to point out that agritourism, heritage sites, special events already go through an extensive permitting process with OPZ per existing code. Making them receive 2 permits for the same event feels incredibly burdensome when their competition would not be having to do so. The purpose of this amendment is just to level the playing field between agritourism and the already exempted indoor event assembly locations with whom agritourism competes, and I ask for your support.
Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, the Councilwoman. As Councilwoman noted, she worked extensively with the administration on crafting this amendment. As she noted, it was not our intent to unfairly advantage or disadvantage one particular sector. This amendment does, I think, address some of the concerns that we had heard that an already permitted special event could get caught up in this, but protects the public safety purpose of the bill if those events are unusually large. So appreciate the inclusion of the administration's comments on this amendment. Happy to support.
All right, is there a motion to adopt this amendment? We probably should have done that.
Rod being so moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? Mr. Vogel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to support this amendment, but I'm just going to caveat, I don't like it because I don't like carving out these special exceptions for certain entities. I think to the extent that we're putting out bad legislation that we all acknowledge is onerous and burdensome, why is it that we're exempting certain groups from others? I understand the sponsors of the amendment's explanation that there's already a process. I think the same is true for a lot of the rec and parks situations, which again is why I would like somebody from rec and parks here to talk about that, because they have their own permitting process. We're going to talk about parades later on. They also have a process through the police department that they go through. So I think the problem is we should be putting out legislation that does work for everybody. I'm going to support this because I'm not convinced that I'm going to get what I want, which is a complete change of this bill when we get to that amendment. But with that said, I just am hesitant to keep kind of carving out all these special exceptions for different things. So I'll just say that for whatever it's worth as we move forward in the discussion of these amendments.
If I can respond, Mr. Chair.
Certainly.
Thank you, Councilman Volke. And to be clear, when the administration drafted this bill, and even as the bill as it was initially introduced, we did not believe, and we still do not believe, that it would capture an already permitted ag tourism event because they wouldn't need the exclusive use of county roads or county services. This, I think, just is providing additional level of clarity for folks who had that concern.
Mr. Volke?
Understood. So one quick follow-up on that. Would that same premise be true for rec and parks events then, that if somebody's already gone through the process with rec and parks and they've already gotten the approval through them, they wouldn't be caught up in this bill as well? Or is that only for agritourism and historic events that you're talking about?
If it's a normal use of a county park, right? Now, if you're having 5,000 athletes come in and you're going to back up traffic and require a police presence or county services for emergency, then yes. But not every event is created equal, but a family reunion in a pavilion would not be captured by this bill.
Madam Vice Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And maybe this is either to the sponsor or to the folks at the table. As I read this amendment, number 3, the exclusion of an agritourism event seems to just restate the intent of the bill. But there's an or. The number 4, an agritourism event and a farm or agricultural heritage site special event as defined in Article 18. Is that with the, it's not an and, it's an or, so that agricultural heritage site special event could possibly, it would be exempt and also then possibly need the use of county services? and take over roads? Is that how, am I just trying to understand?
Those are broken out in the code. There's two different definitions for agritourism, and then there is a separate definition for the farm or agricultural heritage site special events, which has I printed it for the use of having it. They have a very extensive permitting process for those special events versus agritourism does not have a permitting process in place. It is more of a definition that describes the type of events that are covered. So that's why when we talk about agritourism events, we're specifying those two clauses versus the agricultural heritage site special event has the existing application with OPZ in place.
Mr. Chairman, if I might.
Please.
So are you saying that an agricultural heritage site special event already addresses the public safety planning and notification that this bill means to address, and we're just restating another part of the code?
It has the notification. It does have descriptions and sizes of structure, maximum number of staff, projected number of participants. The number of participants are actually limited to maximum capacity of the event will not exceed 25 attendees per acre. So there's a variety of description of noises, of noise generated, description of food and beverage services provided, description of parking facilities, the number of parking spaces on site. A site plan has to be provided.
Thank you. Got it. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing no lights. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 9.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 9 has been adopted.
Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 10.
Amendment number 10. This amendment alters the definition of public assembly to mean a group of 500 or more persons collected together in one place for the same purpose.
Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment came from discussions that we have heard here around the fear of a small house party or a small event getting swept up into this bill. In discussing it after some discussions with council members and with the public hearing at the last meeting, we spoke with public safety, administration spoke with our public safety professionals, and landed on 500 as being something we would still be comfortable with. Obviously, the administration's preference would always be have more notice, more awareness of what's going on, but 500 was a level that our public safety agencies would be comfortable with.
Sure.
So in sort of the spirit of compromise, brought forward an amendment of 500.
Is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt, Allison Pickard.
All right, there's a second. All right, see the second. Any further discussions? Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How did you land at 500? This is one of
Just
Mr.
interesting.
Barriona's questions.
I'm gonna turn it over to our public safety folks.
Yeah. Sometimes I let other people feed me questions. Sometimes I come up with my own, but it depends.
So again, I think it was really about trying to find a compromise.
Okay.
I have a list of special events from all over the country. They land anywhere from 50 to 1,500 and in between. Generally speaking, from fire EMS, unless it's a very high risk type event at 500 people, it doesn't really even light up the radar.
Okay.
Those high risk events that are less than that, usually for insurance purposes, reach out.
It's like when you talked about the people, it was a small group of people but wanted to get in the bay or something. And so you had folks go out there, I think is what one of the examples.
I'm sorry.
Sir, I'm not being loud enough. I said you, at the last session, I think you talked about a small group of people who wanted to get in the bay and they had reached out to you. It was a very small number, like 25 people or something. But you said that was one of those high risk type events where you were notified in advance and you all did go out there and help. So,
correct.
Understood.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I just wanted to thank the community as it relates to this legislation. Chief Alwood always tells us at the police department to think about the pillars of community policing, and 3 of those things are building trust and legitimacy, policy and oversight, and community policing itself. So that's what the important thing is with this. I want to reiterate that the police department's position, the chief's position, is that this is completely about public safety, and we're listening to what the community said and working with this work group. I want to reemphasize that there's 150 special events that happen every year in the county on the average. These range from smaller 5Ks and parades and things such as that to large concerts and sporting events that sometimes exceed 8,000 people. Each one of these events comes with its own unique challenges and safety concerns, and that's ultimately what we're trying to do. To echo what Chief Schultz said, we've come to that number because that's kind of the compromise that we've come to with looking at events that get into several thousand or an event of 100 people that can create a multitude of issues for fire and public safety. That in listening to the public, we wanted to reassure them that it's not to cancel somebody's event at their house. It's not to cancel a pavilion type event. Some of those concerns that are legitimate that have been brought up, that is not what we're trying to do.
Can I ask a question? How many of those 125 events are over 500 people?
I don't have the exact numbers, Mr. Smith, but I know this, that they range from 5K events, Annapolis 10 milers, and it depends on the amount of participants. Some of them may have 300, 500 participants, but there's also a multitude of spectators and things such as that. An event such as the Blue Angels, when that comes, we have probably about 40,000 people that are around for that. So it just, and that was only to give you the comparison of an event of that magnitude to a base swim, like the chief said, to a smaller 5K that might only have a couple hundred people, but it involves the closure of multiple roadways. 5 miles of roadway potentially could be shut down or affected with traffic impediments as a result of that.
Right.
But I can get you those exact numbers
Appreciate
if you need them, but I wouldn't want to speculate on what the numbers were for each one of those 150 events, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You just mentioned an event that's in the 5th District that I had not even thought of. The Blue Angels. So under this bill, what would be the process for the area on 450, which I know is state? So maybe it wouldn't apply here, but it feeds into county roadways once you cross the bridge, I believe. I mean, how would that work here?
I'll defer to the Office of Law, but I will say that that's an example of a spontaneous type of event, that there is no sanctioned gathering on 450 and 648. There's an event in the park that people come to the park there using the Blue Angels as the example. But the amount of people that come in there, we know historically is going to create traffic impediments. We have to shut roadways. We have to tow vehicles that park, creating traffic obstructions. So those are historical things we know. But as far as permitting, because there is no process, those events are run exclusively on the Naval Academy and over the waterways in that area, as you know, but the roadways themselves, those things organically occur, and that's in a community type of event that we go through our processes to make sure it can continue to happen, because it is a good community engagement type of event for the community. But I couldn't answer, they'd have to answer the question as far as if in that type of event, if a permit would be required, but it also potentially fees, things like that would be waived. There would be no issue with that, I wouldn't think, but I'll defer to you, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I would hope we would shut down the Blue Angels, but.
Oh, no. And to follow up, I wasn't suggesting that. I just, when that was noted, I thought, I wonder how that's going to work. And just to correct myself, it's the 5th and 6th District, so.
Seeing no further discussion, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 10.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey? Aye. Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 10 has been adopted.
All right, Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 11.
Amendment number 11. This amendment defines vigil, exempts vigils and spontaneous responses to a current event from the definition of special event, and strikes a reference to a spontaneous response to a current event from the provision that allows the county to alter or waive the application filing deadline.
Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this bill, or this amendment, excuse me, came out of discussions actually from Councilwoman Rodvian, asked a very good question at the last meeting, what about a vigil? And again, nothing in this bill can supersede a person's First Amendment right to gather, but in the interest of providing additional clarity in the bill, we felt it would be important to recognize that not every memorial for somebody we've lost is a funeral procession. There can also be vigils or other spontaneous responses to current events. And so that's where the genesis of this amendment came. Ask that you pass it.
All right, motion to adopt.
Rodvian, so moved.
Second? Second. All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 11.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer? Aye. Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 11 has been adopted.
Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 12.
Amendment number 12. This amendment requires an application be filed at least 90 days prior to a special event. Requires the county to either grant the permit application at least 30 days before the proposed date or deny the permit application if the sponsor has not made modifications requested to ensure the health, safety, and general welfare of the public or participants of the special event, and provides for an application fee if the application is submitted less than 90 days before the special event.
Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment, I think, paired nicely with amendment that's coming, Amendment 16. One of the concerns that we have heard is that the county would just cancel an event without proper ability for the sponsor to either correct or make modifications to their plan. And so in doing this, and also I think some short timelines that they might get notice. So there's language in the bill requiring the county to respond with a certain amount of time. This amendment pushes back the application date a little bit so that we have the time to do it, but also does require that the county provide these sponsors with an answer with sufficient time to adjust, as well as puts in language around modifications and changes for health, safety, and welfare. So we'll ask that you move this amendment.
All right. Any motion to adopt?
Rodvian, so moved.
Allison Pickard, second.
All right. Any further discussion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Barron, I appreciate this amendment. We talked at length about this. I had a very similar amendment that I decided not to move forward with. The only aspect of this one that I have questions on is the fee, which I think we may address at a future meeting or in future discussions, but I appreciate you hearing the concerns of the community. So I'm happy to support this amendment tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question about specifically the line in the amended version that's going to say if the sponsor has not made all modifications requested by the county. Should it be requested or required? Because I guess what I'm trying to understand is, are you asking them to do it or are you telling them they have to do it? We've spent a lot of time sort of parsing words on this particular bill, so I'm just trying to understand what you were going for there. It seems like they're required.
So thank you, Councilman. I think you'll be seeing amendment number 16 coming. We'll ask that you move that at the appropriate time. That language in that amendment is the county shall provide notice to a sponsor. So I think that, yes, it is requested. We'll provide notice. The sponsor doesn't have to make changes, but that jeopardizes their permit. And you know, the idea behind these amendments are to provide opportunities for dialogue. So the sponsor might come back and say, you know, no, we do have a traffic mitigation plan. You're misunderstanding it. So we prefer the word requested.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 12. Or, yes,
Yeah.
12.
Amendment, that's what I have too. Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey? Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 12 has been adopted.
Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 13.
Amendment number 13. This amendment clarifies that any misrepresentation in a prior special event permit application, a special event in another county, or the application currently under consideration must be intentional or willful in order for the county to consider not granting the application.
Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, hearing some of the concerns that the county could be arbitrary, we wanted to strengthen up the language. So this would require, I think the example was given, I think by you, sir, at the last event. Hey, you're having a fundraiser and you expected, 75 people to show up, but 500 people showed up. That would not be an intentional or willful misrepresentation. Now, had you sold 501 tickets and told us that you don't need the permit because only 75 people are showing up, that would be a different story.
Check. All right. Motion to adopt. Is there a second?
Ledbetter, second.
All right. Any further discussion on amendment number 13?
Mr. Chair.
Please.
Mr. Barron, just to confirm for the record, our conversation, the burden of proof to prove intentional or willful act would be on the county.
That is my understanding, but I'm going to turn it over to a real lawyer.
That's a good question.
Ethan Hunt, Assistant County Attorney. Yes.
Thank you.
I'm glad you asked that, actually. Madam Secretary, please please call the roll on amendment number 13.
Ms. Pickard? Mr. Volkey? Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 13 has been adopted.
Just for clarity and for people in the audience, we have 20, we're going up to 22, so just so you're aware. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 14.
Amendment number 14. This amendment clarifies that intentional or willful misrepresentation by the sponsor that causes an immediate risk to the health, safety, or general welfare of the public or participants in a special event may be grounds for revocation of a permit and emergency termination of a special event.
Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Same rationale as previous amendment. Again, just providing additional clarity and assurance to the public that the county will not be arbitrary.
All right, motion to adopt? Or is it second?
Ledbetter, second.
All right. Any further discussion on it? Seeing no lights, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 14.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey? Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 14 has been adopted.
Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 15.
Amendment number 15. This amendment strikes insufficient or substandard toilet facilities, refreshment facilities, and litter control as reasons for not issuing a special events permit.
Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, going to the county's wants versus needs, when we were looking at some of the feedback on this bill, the key to keep in mind about this bill is public safety. There were some concerns about what standards might be used to judge what is insufficient toilet or refreshment facilities or litter control. Felt that wasn't necessary to achieve the goal of the bill and was causing unnecessary consternation. So thought it would be the right thing to do to show that we're listening to bring this amendment forward.
Ms. Fiedler, did you want to still you?
Just want to add that we had very similar thoughts after the last public hearing, and I jumped on this when we were creating similar amendments.
Appreciate that.
Ms. Hummer?
I do not want to hear any complaints at the first special event where the porta potties are overfull. This is one. Hopefully it will not be a problem, but everybody who knows the porta potties, got to make sure there's plenty there.
Madam Vice Chair?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I don't love this amendment. We have, we do have a serious litter issue in this county, and who's cleaning up? I hope it's the fairgrounds personnel and not county staff. If an event leaves the county a mess, but
Any further discussion? Seeing no lights, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 15.
Mr. Chair, we need a motion and a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Or I don't
Can I
think
get a motion to adopt 15?
Rod being so moved.
Second.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 15.
Ms. Pickard.
aye.
Mr. Volkey. Aye. Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Radvian.
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 15 has been adopted.
Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 16.
Amendment number 16. This amendment requires the county to provide notice to a sponsor prior to denying, modifying, or canceling a permit, as well as requiring the sponsor to be provided the opportunity to take corrective action prior to a denial, modification, or cancellation.
All right, Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As noted on Amendment 12, the rationale behind this is addressing concerns that we had heard that the county could just cancel a permit. What this amendment does is require the county to provide notice to the sponsor and provide them with the opportunity to take corrective action. So, for example, the public safety professionals feel that the traffic management plan is not sufficient. We would have a discussion with them and provide the sponsor of the event the opportunity to correct it before any revocation or denial occurred. I want to thank Councilwoman Fiedler for jumping on this one as well.
Ms. Fiedler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Same as the previous amendment, we were working on similar tasks here. I do have to thank our staff, Mr. Bennett, Ms. Corby. This legislation created a lot of activity behind the scenes with amendments, and they craft the drafts, and sometimes they end up not seeing the light of day because the administration's doing the same thing. So thank you to our staff for the last week and a half of heavy work.
Thank you all. Motion to adopt?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Rod being second.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment numbers. I'm sorry, I didn't see the light.
You're good. So understanding that this is a good thing, that you're giving an opportunity for corrective action, the one piece of this that I'm sure people who are concerned about this might point out is that I don't see anything here that specifies how much notice you have to give to them and how much time the person applying for the permit has to correct the action. So could you theoretically give them notice 24 hours before the deadline, and they've got 24 hours to either correct it or not, and if they fail to correct it, then that's a basis for denial? I'm just trying to think about this from the way that someone who would be very concerned about this would think about it. So I guess, what is your thought on that?
So going back to the intent of this bill, it is not to cancel or stop events. It is for our public safety professionals. And I think you heard from them at the first meeting, we always are looking to get to yes. And so it's just, this is about, we would be raising issues of serious public concern, public safety concern.
Mr. Chair.
You got to
Please.
start looking to the right.
If I may add to that, in the discussion on Amendment 12, where there was an additional period added, the thought is that the county has to grant the application 30 days prior, but this amendment says in the days prior to the 30 days, there would be communication back and forth instead of a rejection, then going back to the drawing board and having this back and forth with that's very time consuming.
And thank you. And just to add to that, there's additional language in the bill that requires the county to act on a permit that we get within 30 days. So if a sponsor provides an application 6 months before the event, that clock starts ticking then.
Ms. Ravian?
I actually think you just answered my question, but I may need you to repeat it to make sure I heard you correctly. So if an event holder gives you their permit application, the county is required to respond within 30 days from the date of that application.
Page 4, line 17.
Thank you.
My question is, it's not necessarily, and you don't have to say organized or anything. Is there an event here in this county that you would have said no, over the past year, that you would have said no to because they didn't have adequate?
I'm gonna
you don't
let
have to
that-
say the who.
No, we
Yeah.
won't do that. We had an event last year that went up until I think 10 o'clock at night, give or take an hour before the event was to occur. The person applying to do the event had not responded to most questions, primarily from police, certainly a handful from EMS. We were able to get them on the phone the night before to try to talk through it, and luckily a huge storm came in the next day and didn't have to cancel it. But we had worked up until every bit of 10 o'clock the night before to try to make it happen.
And you reached out to them well in advance of the day before the event?
Yes, sir, numerous times.
And just as a reminder, Mr. Chairman, under current law, that promoter has no reason, no legal requirement, I should say, to engage with the county.
Sure. Any further discussion? Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 16.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey? Aye. Ms. Hummer? Aye. Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Radvian?
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 16 has been adopted.
Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 17.
Amendment number 17. This amendment provides a non-exhaustive list of special events for which the county may consider waiving the late application fee of $100.
All right, Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, in response to concerns around the language in the originally submitted bill about when the county would waive fees, this amendment and number 18 provide a non-exhaustive list of when the county would waive fees. It includes things like educational institutions, nonprofit organizations, licenses issued under Title II, which I believe are carnivals and circuses, and agricultural and farm heritage special events, and rec and parks events.
Okay. Motion to adopt?
Radvian, so moved.
Is there a second?
Second, Allison Pickard.
Any further discussions on this amendment?
Just
Mr. Better?
for the record, just want to clarify, in light of the amendment that we adopted regarding the agricultural events, agritourism events, or agricultural heritage site special events, does it, since we have now excluded agricultural heritage site special events from this legislation, does it pose a problem that it's here?
I'll defer to Office of Law or your legislative counsel on that question, but just a reminder, like there could be events that are tourism events that are of such large size that they do trigger this bill. So wanted to provide an opportunity for them to be exempted as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page and we're clear.
And that's if, and this would, that $100 is if they didn't file within this is the late fee, if they filed it inside the 60-day or whatever the timeline we had, correct?
That is correct.
Correct, okay. Because there is no fee for anyone filing unless they file within 60 days of the event.
Correct, and we'll.
Or is it 90 now?
90.
Change?
It's 90 now.
90.
Okay.
Sorry.
Please.
Okay, so I was looking back at the First Amendment in this one. So the First Amendment exempts agritourism events from the definition of special event and farm or agricultural heritage site special events. This amendment doesn't line up exactly with that because it's not exempting any agritourism events. It's just farm and agricultural heritage site events that are under 18.2203, 1027, or 1125 of the code. And those are the temporary use, conditional use, and special exception provisions. So depending on what type of permission from the planning and zoning officer, holder of a farm or agricultural heritage site special event exception has, this would give the county the ability to waive the fees for all of those in the event that one of them did qualify as a special event.
Please.
And you have it's a non-exhaustive list. It's a such as, so that allows the broad. Perfect. Thank you.
Ms. Hummer?
Yes, so just to clarify again, so an activity requires a license that would include carnivals or fairs, such as those put on by our volunteer fire departments, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no further discussion, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 17.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 17 has been adopted.
Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 18.
Amendment number 18. This amendment provides a non-exhaustive list of special events for which the county may considering waiving payment of all or a portion of the special service charge.
All right, Mr. Barrett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's same rationale as Amendment 17. This applies to the special service charge. So it has been a longstanding county practice not to recoup the costs from our charitable or education events. This would allow the county to, again, waive those fees if the county was providing additional services, county public safety services that have these, again, non-exhausted lists. But, you know, a PTA is doing a big event and they need to close a road around a school. This would allow the county not to charge them for the officer that might be directing traffic on that event, for example. Please move the amendment.
Motion to adopt.
Rodvian, so moved.
Second.
Second,
Ledbetter.
Allison Pickard.
Further discussion? Oh, wow. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 18.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey? Ms. Hummer? Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 18 has been adopted.
Madam Secretary, please read the title of amendment number 19.
Mr. Chair, can I ask that we hold this amendment until after the other amendments are voted on? Because this amendment really only makes sense if Amendment 20 passes. So I don't think it makes a lot of sense otherwise.
Just for clarity.
Do we need to take a vote on that?
So can we just maybe do amendments number 19 and 20 out of order?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fine. Just flip them. That's fine.
Okay.
Does that still require a vote, though, for us to vote that out of order? Okay, just to clarify. All right. Madam Secretary, please read the title of amendment number 21.
Amendment number 20. This amendment requires a person to provide a certain amount of notice of a special event if the anticipated number of attendees is more than a certain amount. Requires the county to issue a permit for a special event if the proper notice is provided. Authorizes the Department of Inspections and Permits to seek a temporary restraining order if the required notice is not provided.
20.
I thought you said we were going to do 19 and 20 out of order. You're going to do
We're
both
going to
of
flip
those,
them.
right? Oh,
We're going to do 20 then 19.
Please proceed. All right.
Strikes a superfluous definition and makes other conforming changes.
All right. Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm referring to this as the flip it and reverse it bill because it does flip the burden and reverse the burden on this bill from the applicant, the event holder, to the county. Really what this bill does is changes it from a permission bill to a notice bill. So what I heard repeatedly in the first few times that we've talked about this, both at work session and then when this bill came up publicly, is that the biggest concern from public safety is notice. The fact that they need to know that these very large events are happening, and they need to have some way to then prepare for these events. And in the event that someone does not give the appropriate notice or fails to comply with what the county is asking for, the county needs to have some ability to take action against the event sponsor, requester, etc. So instead of having this be a bill where you as the event holder have to put in all these applications and you have to put in all these sort of criteria that the county has listed out that you need to meet, and if you can check all these boxes and the county will say you're allowed to have your event, this flips that. And it starts from the other premise, which is you're allowed to have your event provided that you give notice to the county. And if for some reason you're not cooperating with the county and giving them notice of who you're having to this event, how many people, and you're not following the timeframes, then at that point the county, if they feel that this is such a threat to the county's health, safety, general welfare, has the ability to immediately seek a temporary restraining order from the circuit court to enjoin you from now moving forward with your event. So with that, it flips this over into a notice bill as opposed to a permission bill. I had teed this up. We had a lot of discussion about this, many of us on the council at the last meeting, and I had indicated that this to me seemed like the right way to go forward with this. So that's why I put this amendment together. It really does change this bill quite substantially. I think this is, at least from what I was hearing from a lot of the folks in public safety, something that's more in line with what they're looking for, which is notice. We aren't here to block you. We aren't trying to prevent you from doing your event. We just need to know about it. So I would ask my colleagues to seriously consider this, and I would ask you to adopt this because I think this is much more in line with the at least stated intent from the folks in public safety who have concerns about not knowing that these events are happening and finding out about them at the last minute on social media, through intelligence sources. This really puts the onus on the county to make sure that if anything is happening and they have a problem with it, they will be judicious in going forward with enforcement actions. So that is the intent of this amendment. I would ask for your consideration.
Motion to adopt.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Barron?
We respectfully ask council to reject this amendment. I think that's no surprise to the councilman. Appreciate the conversations we have had on this in advance. The issues here is it is not just notice to the county. We are talking about being able to work with event promoters to address issues that we find. That this amendment at its core sets up a court battle, often with promoters who are from outside the county, often out of state. So what this amendment does, I think you described it right, it flips the bill on its head. And I think with the amendments that this council has adopted in the previous portion of this meeting, we've addressed many of the concerns. Taking the entire bill and throwing it out and turning this into a county battle in the courts with a promoter is in our opinion, setting us up for a really long and arduous process that will cost a lot of county resources, that will burden the courts, that will further sow distrust, and we do not like this amendment. And I'm going to turn it over to others on the table if they want to add to that. But we ask the council to stand with the work that we've been done on this bill, reject this amendment, and keep moving forward with the bill as we've amended it so far.
Yeah, I would just say, again, notice is a piece, right? Notice is a piece, and I think we could make the argument that part of the permit process is notice, but it's not as important as the ability to understand the event, to do a proper risk assessment, to make sure it's appropriately resourced. Those are equally or actually probably more important than the notification, but obviously without the notification, none of that can be done. I was just got a little article in front from the Event Safety Institute. They were the folks who did the after action report on the Astroworld event again in 2021 that killed 10 people, and an event that had been going on for 5 or 6 years in the city of Houston, and good vendor, and things, plans that laid out each year worked each and every year until one specific event, a group of people decided to jump the fence because they didn't want to buy the ticket, and it set off that tragic chain there. But the really number one piece that came out of that was this, and it stated, the incident at the Astroworld Festival highlights the importance of a risk-based event safety plan and a thorough permitting process. Very tragic event, many, many things that went wrong. And the conclusion was the importance of an event-based risk plan and a solid permitting process.
Can I ask the sponsor, how obviously you work in the courts now, how fast are courts postured to remediate a process like this within a 30-day timeline, or is their caseload extensive enough or non-extensive enough to allow something like this to go through in a timely manner?
I mean, I from my personal life and my other job, I can speak to it a little bit. Mr. Hunt can jump in and talk from Office of Law standpoint. If you go in for a TRO, you go in same day, right? You're basically giving notice. You're going into the court. You're talking to the chambers judge, and you're saying, I need a temporary restraining order because something is happening immediately, and I need you to stop it right now. And the court can take action on that. So they do have the ability. They are set up to deal with these things on an immediate basis. There is a process and a criteria that's very well defined in the case law as well as the court's own procedures about how to obtain a temporary restraining order. And then if you get the TRO, the injunction, I think, is it 7 days? I want to say, I'm not sure the exact date. I'm going to get that wrong. But it's very shortly thereafter that you have the injunctive relief hearing. But you have the TRO right then and there. Like, you literally are in chambers and you've got the two sides. You've got Office of Law and you've got the promoter's attorney, and they're fighting it out with the judge right there in chambers, and the judge is making a decision. Did I get anything wrong? Okay.
Actually, Madam Vice Chair, so you're right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the sponsor, I'm not sure the way that you've outlined throwing this process over to this injunction. I don't know how it would make a special event planner more confident. If they've given notice and the notice isn't good enough, they're going to be in the court system rather than having a permitting process where they can work with county and county resources to make sure that not only can their event happen, but it's actually going to be successful and safe for the public, which I'm 100% certain is the outcome that the majority of event planners actually want. So I feel like this is actually this process provides more risk to a special event planner than the way the bill is currently drafted and currently being amended. But that's my thoughts.
Did you want to respond?
May I?
Please.
Briefly.
Yeah.
Understand, reading it on face, you may feel that way. What I see is this would actually do something different for the event promoter. It would tell them that the county shall issue them this permit, this permission, whatever you want to call it, if they meet these criteria. And if the county has concerns that the criteria in section B, right, where the notice says that the form shall include the name and address and telephone number and email of the sponsor and all these other items, and where it talks about how you're going to ensure the security, and it talks about dates, times, description of the event, projected attendance, etc. If you fail to provide those things, the county doesn't immediately have to go to court. The county, just as we're talking about with this dialogue or conversation between the sponsor, could immediately reach out to the sponsor and say, hey, wait a minute, we got what you sent over and we have some questions, we need some information. And then from there, the sponsor can work back and forth with the county. And if ultimately, as the county has indicated, they have these bad actors who are just refusing to participate with them, then as a last resort, the county can always go to court and seek a TRO. So the intention with this is to still foster dialogue and communication up and until the point that the county says, we're simply not getting what we need from this event sponsor, so we have no choice but to go to court. So this really isn't changing the intended purpose of the bill, where you are saying, give us certain notifications, and then we will talk with you and communicate about trying to get things right, and then if we can't get it, we're going to shut you down. The only thing this does differently is it starts with a place of you have permission to do your event, as opposed to starting from a place of you don't have permission to do your event unless we give you permission. So that's where it flips things around and it changes the burdens a bit. And that's what I'm candidly trying to do with this, is put the burden on the county to have to look at this, and the event sponsor has basically a prima facie case that they should get this permission unless the county can prove otherwise. And the only other thing that I wanted to add, and I appreciate Chief Schultz, your comments and concerns, I would be interested if you can respond after some of my colleagues have gone, what in Section B of this amendment do you feel is missing that would be needed under the process that you all are proposing that isn't in here that would somehow give you the ability to analyze the event from a life safety standpoint? Thank you.
As he deliberates on that, I'll let Ms. Rodvian know she had her light on as well.
Thank you. I really just wanted to see if the other folks at the table would weigh in on this amendment. I'm somewhat in agreement with my colleague about our conversations in our last meeting about, the most important thing is notice, but I'm also, mindful of unintended consequences and realizing that this, emergency planning is not my area of expertise. And I have to say that Astroworld event has come up in my mind over and over and over again looking at this. And now to the point that every time I go to a large event, I'm like, am I going to be trampled here? But I think those are the kind of things that, folks in the emergency planning field probably always think about. Are we setting up a situation where, a fire broke out, people couldn't escape quickly, or, do you have a danger for trampling, or do we not have enough medical staff if it's a hot day and people, aren't drinking enough water? So I really just wanted to hear from the other folks at the table that have this expertise.
I think I would have to agree with Chief Schultz in the risk-based assessment and the coordination that goes into planning, especially when you're talking about a permitting process that requires the information and the gathering of the information and talking amongst ourselves in the work group. What I do also want to touch upon in the permit is the enforcement in terms of the injunctive relief. I think really delays that coordination that we can do in resolving it before everybody having to go to court and everybody having to lawyer up. And especially in what we do, and police and fire can jump in, that key piece of information being required is something that just providing notice of is not key enough. It's more of the dialogue back and forth. And so having that permit to have that conversation without going to court is important.
Could I ask a follow-up?
Please.
Regardless of how you, how this would go, whether it's a process of permitting or a process of notice where the end goal is sort of assumed, the real calls would be made by the same people. Is that fair to say? I mean, the calls of whether or not, the event really has the preparation for public safety would be made by the public safety experts. Is that fair to say?
I mean, you're inserting a judge and lawyers into the process, though.
No. No. The initial process, the initial decision would be made by. Okay, thank you. I think I'm.
Ms. Leb, you good? Are you good? Ms. Ledbetter?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on your answer to Ms. Rodvian just now, mentioning that you don't see that the injunctive relief being applied in this bill as the appropriate response to someone not following the called for notices. What would you describe as their appropriate response? So someone plans the event, they didn't give the county notice, you find out about it the night before. Without injunctive relief, what if that's not a good idea, what is your proposal as what would be a better idea?
Oh, it's already on, sorry. I think in our proposed legislation, in terms of the expertise of public safety, that's what we would rely on in terms of, especially when we're looking at standards of what to apply.
Can I clarify? I think we might be just missing each other. So I'm going to follow it kind of through a process. Bear with me. So I'm hosting an event. It's going to exceed 500, but it's less than 1,000. At least 90 days before the special event, I don't give the county notice. I'm following this as amended, as this bill would amend it. I don't file my notice to the county in time. Whether it's 48 hours, let's say it's before the event, 24 hours, Chief Schultz becomes aware that this event is going on. They take a look at it and they say, oh, this rule hasn't been followed, and we really, rule being the notice wasn't given, and we really fear that there's some sort of, A, the rule wasn't followed. B, we have a public safety hazard because we're not prepared for this because we didn't know about it. At that point, that's when the injunctive relief would come into play. If injunctive relief is not the appropriate response, or what would be your favored response, what would be? What do you think would be a better?
Her point is you're getting there either way. If you don't get what you want on the applicant and you have this whole permit process,
Hey.
you're still going to wind up filing an injunction.
Can you all respond to Ms. Ledbetter, or?
I was only going to suggest that in drafting the legislation and the discussions we had in the work group, that the important thing was to have some level of authority to be able to pause or in some cases stop the event from occurring. We already have a system where we could get injunctive relief. In fact, it was almost exercised during one of the concerts at the fairgrounds because we have no permitting process currently. We were in discussions with our legal counsel and the Office of Law of actually exercising an injunction to stop that event because that was the only way we were going to be able to stop it. We were able to work through that issue because the vendor pulled out and they did not hold the event. So my only concern is that does it convolute the rest of what's already been drafted when we start getting into this system of requiring injunctive relief instead of allowing the bill and the law to allow us to stop it? Because they would still have the option, my understanding is, to go through the normal process for appeal through the county's process. And I imagine Ethan can talk more to that point. So it's not like they still, a person who we decided as the public safety group and health and everybody who would review this that, hey, they're not meeting the requirements, we're going to have to pause or stop this event. They would still have a mechanism to appeal that process. So adding that portion of the injunctive relief, I think is already adding, not being a lawyer, I think it's adding something that already is permitted for us to do under the current law. So I'll turn it over to Ethan.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The only thing I'll add is that the appeals process right now, there's a right of appeal in the county charter through the Board of Appeals for any denial of permit or license.
If I could just add, because I'm following you, I hear what you're saying, and I'm just trying to apply it across other means, right? And I'm not trying to be coy in this. I live in the county, just put an addition on my home. I wish I could have filed the plans and had people say, okay, we'll give you the benefit of the doubt, go ahead and do it, but I wasn't, right? I had to follow the rules like everybody else, submit the permit, and the county actually did very well with all that. So I think it really is the same thing. It seems like there's an avoidance to the permit of the special events. We heard from folks today from Calvert County, Allegheny, Baltimore County, Newport News. Every single one of those jurisdictions has a special event permitting process. In fact, I believe, I'm almost certain, every jurisdiction that touches Anne Arundel County has a special event permitting process, and probably two deep that go across it. So I know the permitting permits in general can be controversial. We would just ask that this one be given the same level of deference for the public safety in the process to kind of walk it across the line.
Ms. Fiedler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm trying to marry this proposed amendment with previous amendments that have already passed, because I appreciate the different approach that Mr. Volke has proposed, but I do think that some of the concerns shared here this evening may need to be incorporated in addition to some of the language here. So I'll give a specific example. If this amendment passes, would Amendment 13 that passed previously regarding misrepresentation and the county's ability to deem that those were intentional, would that still be applicable to the bill? I'm just trying to find out if this notification amendment passes, and in this process, the county realized that there was willful misrepresentation, would that tool from Amendment 13 still be available?
So in order, it may take some time, I think, for them. It looks like they're doing some reading there. And so if Matt.
Legislative Council.
That provision applied to the permit application, and this is doing away with the permit application process. So the new process of just notification with a requirement to issue a permit, there isn't any provision for that within what's going to essentially be a new notification process. So if that's something you want to add in to the notification process, the concept of intentional or willful misleading there, I think you would want to add that into this amendment into the notification process.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. And may I ask a follow-up question to Chief Schultz? This goes back to the pending question from Mr. Volke, sorry, about what would be missing. And that one stood out to me as a misrepresentation, a willful misrepresentation may be missing. I just see an opportunity for a potential hybrid of the original bill with this amendment passing and then putting in some key components. That's just where I am, and I would like to hear if you have any additional thoughts.
So again, I think I theoretically understand the flipping the process with it. I think really what that's all good information, right? It really it gets us going down the path, and then there's things to take into consideration, like weather event or demographics, right? Older and younger people that are attending require some different level of things. So I think again that what the permitting process does is it really pushes the vendor to sit down at the table and try to work the things through, provide information, have the good discussion, get to the place where the event is good for the vendor and good for the public as well. So I know, it's that there's good information in that, and the whole relationship piece of notification is good. There is something very important about the permitting process that really holds things to account, kind of even across the board.
Thank you. Ms. Pickert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our public safety personnel have already mentioned this, but I just wanted to read a quick list. Montgomery County, Calvert County, Queen Anne's County, Carroll County, Hartford County, Howard County, Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Frederick County, Charles County, the City of Annapolis, Maryland State Highway Administration, and the list goes on and on and on when you add municipalities. So I feel like I'm keen on keeping this as a permit process, and I'm also keen on getting it to a place where we feel it's reasonable and will also provide that assurance that an event will go smoothly. I'd hate to miss an opportunity to come up to speed with our neighboring jurisdictions, and then we're the place where the bad actors come because they don't need a permit. But this isn't radical. This isn't an infringement on freedom of speech. This is just good public safety. But it's past 10 o'clock, so we were going to take a break at 10 o'clock. So
Yeah.
if we got there, I'm done.
Mr. Volke?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to point out, because I'd asked this question to Chief Schultz, we took in the amendment the exact same requirements that you have for the permit in Section B of the current bill as drafted, and we dropped them into the amendment and said these are the exact same things that you have to provide on the notice as opposed to the permit. So that's why I'd said to you, is there anything that we're missing in our amendment? Because we basically took what was in the bill as drafted and just moved it over and said these exact same things have to be changed or have to be given to the county. The only exception is number 10, which is the catch-all that you have in the bill that says any other information as the county may require in its review of the application. That is the only one that we didn't copy and paste over into the amendment. But everything else that the county has indicated we want right now in this bill that's been drafted by public safety, we put in this amendment. So I don't know what could be missing in terms of what we're asking an applicant to provide for notice, because you're asking the same things for the permitting process. So it's really a one-to-one. That's why we drafted it that way. But that was my reason for asking that question, is was there anything that we didn't get in there, but I think we copied and pasted it correctly. So that's why when we're having this discussion about should it be notice or permitting and are we getting the same information, we're getting the exact same information because we took what you all wanted and we put it in this amendment so that we wouldn't lose anything, knowing that you'd already said this is the stuff that we need.
If
So
I
I just
can
point
just,
that out.
if I can just respond one, I mean, except for the fact that our public safety professionals, the best practices from around the country, our neighboring jurisdictions do it as a permit.
All right, seeing no further discussion, please call the roll on amendment number 20.
Ms. Pickard?
Nay.
Mr. Volke? Aye. Ms. Hummer?
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
I'm going to vote nay, but I want to take a minute to explain my vote. I think it's about the timing and the severity of the action. It's when you have a process where you can deny a permit, but then immediately restart the conversation. I think you're maybe able to resolve things further ahead of time. Whereas I would imagine the county would hold going for a temporary injunction as a last resort. And you would want to, and as you said, you really have that option already, but the timing is different. You kind of push the conversation a little bit faster with the permit because it really does put the pressure more on the event planner. So I'm going to vote nay.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
No.
3 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. Amendment number 20 has failed.
Did you still want to, is 19 sort of tied to 20?
Yes. Okay. I'll withdraw that.
Okay. Did you get that, Madam Secretary? Okay. I want to say, I know we were going to take a pause at 10, but I really want to try to get through 21 because we're already there. There's only 2 left. If we can just punch through it. Because I think a lot of these folks are waiting on 21. So if we can, since that's the next one, if we can at least just do that one.
Yeah.
Can we? Okay.
Amendment number 21?
Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 21.
Amendment number 21. This amendment excludes from the definition of special events a Renaissance festival allowed as a special exception use and requires a Renaissance festival to pay a special service charge.
Ms. Rodvian?
So I think all my colleagues are aware that the vast majority of testimony received on this legislation was from people who bring their craft, their artistic talents to the Renaissance Festival. And as I looked at, obviously the Renaissance Festival is in my district, so it's very important for me to support it. I also learned about something that I wasn't aware of before, and that's the Renaissance Festival actually has had a zoning special exception for this event in place since 1985. And like my colleagues, I'm not necessarily a fan of carve-outs, but I feel like the county already did create a carve-out in a way with that special exception. And these days, these 19 days of operation that are in place under the special exception, you know, we can figure out, you can look at a calendar from here till, you know, 100 years and beyond and know what those dates are, and have, you know, pretty clear parameters on how things are going to work under this special exception. So I drafted this amendment that would basically allow for a special exception from this bill.
Motion to adopt.
Ledbetter, so moved.
There's a second.
Second, Allison.
Any administration?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the sponsor of this amendment for sharing it with it, and to the folks from the Renaissance Festival, to the Smith family. This bill is not intended to shut down the Renaissance Festival. I think I've said this, and I want to say it on the record again. The Renaissance Festival is probably the model actor in the county. That, however, is not guaranteed in the future. What this amendment does do is carve out the Renaissance Festival from having to check in with public safety. No doubt that the current operators and the current participants in the RenFest will insist on continued safe operations, but as sort of a matter of policy, our intention is to make sure that every large event that would impact traffic or would require the use of county services go through the permitting process. So appreciate the spirit of collaboration that the councilwoman drafted this amendment. Appreciate our comments being incorporated. Unfortunately, we cannot support it.
Any discussion? Mr. Volke?
Thank you. I already indicated I don't like these special carve-outs, but I'm going to vote for this one because if I don't, then everybody at the Renaissance Festival is going to think I hate the Renaissance Festival, and I don't, right? I don't.
I'm afraid I'll never be invited there, and it's a wonderful event.
They've got your face up, so you.
I think you.
Anyway, there's tons of tangents I could take, but I'm just going to say this. But then I'm going to be crafting an amendment that exempts the fairgrounds that I'll be introducing at the next meeting, because if we're going to be doing these carve-outs for everybody, then let's carve them all out.
And I would say there's a major difference. I understand, and with my opposition on this put in, the fairgrounds is a different vendor. They are a different entity. They are they are renting it out to individual promoters. It is a different situation.
Please. Yeah, Mr. Barron, I envision that your face is going to be on the axe throwing carve out there at the Renfest at some point. Probably should have said that.
Apologies to the king.
Any further discussion? Ms. Robinson, I see your light on.
Mr. Barron already said one of the things that I think is that, you know, the Renaissance Festival really manages itself. It has vendors, but those vendors aren't operators that are putting on the event. So in that way, it really is different. And, you know, the fact that they went through the process of getting this special exception in 1985 and it has been operating in this manner under this special exception for, what is that? I was in 5th grade. It's been a while, and I'm confident that the Renaissance Festival community even beyond, because there will be a day in the future where there are, different operators of the Renaissance Festival. But I have confidence in the community based on everything that has been said here. The special exception, I know the public safety conversations will continue.
Ms. Ledbetter?
This might be a question for the sponsor or maybe someone at the table, but I just wanted to, the clause in the amendment where it talks about at least 30 days before the first day of the Renaissance Festival, the county shall provide with an estimate of costs. And then there's the ones below where the Renaissance Festival shall pay the special service charge at least 30 days, all of those qualifications. Are we just codifying what already happens, or are these new requirements that we're introducing to the Renaissance Festival?
Just to be clear, this came at the request of the administration. This portion of the amendment came at the request of the administration. The concern was a blanket exemption would also require the county to provide, which we don't now. To be clear, the Renaissance Festival contracts, nothing in this amendment or in the bill would change their ability to contract with public safety entities to provide those services. But if the amendment just exempted the RenFest, then they could lean on county services without having to reimburse us for them. So this just says, and I appreciate the sponsor adding it in, because if they are going to be exempt, but they still require county services, the taxpayer shouldn't shoulder that burden. That should be on the event itself. So this would not require them to pay those services unless they use them.
And
Go ahead.
I just wanted to add, they currently do not. They provide their own public safety with off-duty police officers for traffic control, firefighters, and paramedics for each day, and deputy sheriffs off-duty. So they've really covered their bases pretty thoroughly already. So this is just in the chance in the future that they weren't already providing it themselves and the county was going to step in and do that, they would, that the Renaissance Festival would still cover those costs.
And Mr. Mayor, I do respect I know we talked about this weekend, and personally, I know where you stand with the RenFest. Know you're a fan of it, and I know the administration is purely trying to be consistent in how it applies the law. So I totally get that. Obviously, there are 7 other members who have a part in that process, and so we may differ at times on how we interpret and how the law should be applied to different pieces of the electorate, if you will. And so, but I do recognize and understand that you do value the RenFest. So,
absolutely, and if they want to set up a dunk tank, I'm happy to go there and raise some money for charity.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll on amendment number 21.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey? Aye. Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 21 has been adopted.
All right. May I have a motion to recess for 5 minutes?
Ledbetter, so moved.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we will stand recess for 5 minutes and return back at 10:22. Thank you. It's been about 5 minutes. If folks wanted to return to their seats, just. Sitting. Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying, so they can hear me out back. The Anne Arundel County Council is now back in session. They will here shortly. I got to go back to this. Right, you're the lead sponsor on it, right, or her? Oh, okay. Oh, they just put your SL first on the. I know. Yeah. Did you want her to lead on it? Okay. I think we're just waiting on Ms. Rodney, and I think this next amendment is hers. All right. So, Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 22.
Amendment number 22. This amendment excludes from the definition of special event a parade licensed under section 11.11.101, strikes the provisions of the bill that would repeal the current licensing scheme for a parade, requires a person to provide notice if the anticipated number of attendees to a special event will exceed 500 but not 1,000, requires a person to obtain a special event permit only if the anticipated number of attendees to a special event will exceed 1,000, adds form requirements for the notice, and makes other changes to conform to the notice and permit requirements.
Ms. Ravian?
So I see this maybe as a bit of a middle ground between, the notice, the concept of notice and the need for permitting to, have that area where if you're between 500 and 1,000, providing that notice would hopefully be sufficient. And going through the full permit process if it's larger than that.
Motion to adopt.
Ledbetter, so moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the sponsor. We ask the council reject this amendment. Couple of rationales. I think you heard in the previous amendments discussion, this is more than just notice. There is, not all special events are created equal. A special event, 600 people could create a public safety issue that just notice would not allow us to have that dialogue, that risk assessment that our public safety professionals have been speaking to tonight. Additionally, the parade portions of the bill or of the existing code are absorbed into this bill. So a parade would fall under a special event and would be covered by that. So I just wanted to hit those points, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Emmerich to add any additional comments to that or anybody else at the table.
I just want to echo again what Chief Schultz has said about risk assessment, right? We had that event in the Bay Area, and if I misspeak, Chief Schultz, please let me know where special resources were needed. And we're depending on, number one, a notification piece, but sometimes that notification piece is not enough to ensure the public safety.
Miss, go ahead.
I actually just wanted a little bit more information about that. If you're able to talk about that situation, I don't know that I'm familiar with what happened.
I think that, again, it's the hopes that, so the specific situation again is really someone who wants to have an event. It's doesn't have probably more than 30 people, but because of the nature of what it is, creates a very high risk, right? It's a swim in the deeper parts of the bay. And while what the vendor was looking for in the way of support was probably over, right? So doing their due diligence, they want to make sure that they have the protection, the utmost protection. It really was trying to work with them to find other ways, right? Other ways to lower the risk of their event that doesn't require the use of so many county resources. But provides an equal level of risk management, right? You buy a little, you give a little back, to make the event go off safely. But there's, again, there's one thing when we get notice of that the week before, then the ability to try to work through some of those things goes off the table. Then there's some of the discrepancy as to what's acceptable. Somebody who does an event like that really wants a dive rescue team. Makes sense. Somebody goes under, they want that. But again, being able to work with them to say there's other options to lower the risk of that type of event, maybe consider this, that, those type of things, is all part of that process. But there's nothing binding. At the end of the day, there's nothing binding. It's all just kind of a good faith effort.
And if I can add to that, and maybe Captain Rodriguez after myself, just in the notice section here, it is pretty simple what a 500 to 999 person event would need to provide, which would severely limit our public safety agency's ability to engage in that kind of risk assessment discussion with the promoter. There would be no requirement once that promoter has received their notice to address any concerns the county may raise. And I'll turn it over to Captain Rodriguez.
Yes, just to follow up with that, I think that would probably be one of the main concerns from the police department, is that we're getting back into the 500 versus 1,000, and how we, like we said, every special event has its own unique set of circumstances. And if we start to add things such as the use of alcohol, live entertainment, that number, even though it's 500 or 600 people, can create challenges for the public safety entity. So I think we came to the agreement that 500 was something that we can manage, and we're getting back into the whole 1,000 where we would not have any type of recourse to be able to make any type of enforcement on that. And then just to reiterate too, that the parade permit is being absorbed into this, so that if we carve that out, and maybe I'm not understanding that correctly, but we would create, again, possibly a convoluted process where it's addressed in two sections, that it's absorbed already into this law. So maybe I'm just not understanding why that part is in there.
I can probably help answer that question. When this amendment is kind of a joint effort through conversations that Ms. Rodvine and I were having, really trying to find that balance between respecting what we're hearing from our public safety officers and also respecting what we're hearing from our community members as well. In doing research, I was able to find in Harford County where an event, a request form, in other words, notification, is required for all public events, but more than 2,000 spectators is when they have to get the permit. And so it was with that in mind, we started just bouncing ideas off of one another and landed on this, 500 or 1,000. In speaking with Legislative Council in the drafting of this amendment, it was pointed out to us that many of our parades are under 500, and some of them are just small community association parades, and we understand the need that public safety would want more of a permitting process like we have now for parades to stay in place. And so the idea behind this is exempt parades from this, if this amendment were passed, exempt parades from this legislation, and parades would continue to be permitted under the system that is in place. And by all accounts, is working. Thank you. It's late. That word. Does that clear? Does that explain
Just to
it?
be clear for the record, it works generally, but there are occasionally challenges even with the parade permit as far as timeliness of permit and certain individual groups that may apply for a permit that they're not happy with the method of traffic control that the police department has determined that they need to be put in place. So as with everything, no process is perfect. But I would submit that it's being absorbed into this law, so it makes it easier to be able to manage and control it as a special event. But it would not change anything as far as how we would manage those types of events.
All right, seeing no further discussion, please call the roll on amendment number 22.
Ms. Pickard?
Nay.
Mr. Volkey? Aye. Ms. Hummer?
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Nay.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Nay.
3 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. Amendment number 22 has been defeated.
Bill number 1323 will be heard on, what is the date? It is late.
April 17th.
April 17th. Thank you. All right. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 1623.
Bill number 1623, an ordinance concerning public ethics.
Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the interest of time, I know we got things coming up, so I'm going to be very quick. Our ethics director, Mr. Botsaris, is joining me, and Ms. Blair Klausmeyer from the Office of Law. This bill came to the county as a request from our ethics director, so I'm going to turn it over to him to make some brief comments.
Thank you, Mr. Barron, Mr. Chairman, council members, good to see you again.
Thank you.
I thought everyone here was for our bill, but I guess that wasn't the case. With all due respect, the Bill 1623 was mandated by changes made by the State Ethics Code in the General Assembly session back in 2021. The State Ethics Commission had an opportunity to make the required changes in their code and their regulations in accordance with the General Assembly's wishes. That was passed back in 2021, and then as a result of that, they passed along recommended language for local ethics codes. As you all may recall, local ethics codes are required to stay substantially similar to the state ethics code, and therefore we worked with the Office of Law and our Ethics Commission in putting together what we felt was an appropriate response to their efforts. Since every provision of theirs didn't apply to us, we picked and chose what we thought was necessary. And we put together a draft bill. That draft bill was then submitted to the State Ethics Commission as required by law, and it was approved by the State Ethics Commission back in September of 2022. So the bill before you is basically that. Our Ethics Commission added 2 provisions to what was mandated by the state. The one is the removal of the requirement of having to disclose the name of a complainant prior to the Ethics Commission completing its investigation. And the other addition or correction, or I guess it's an addition, not a correction, was to give the Ethics Commission the ability to provide financial disclosure statements by electronic means and not just by review and copy, which was the current language in the law. We were required to allow citizens to review and copy, and we wanted, in anticipation for our future efforts to make everything electronic, to change the language to include that providing them a electronic copy would be sufficient under the law as well. So that's the introduction and the basics of the how Bill 1623 came about. If you have any questions about the substance of Bill 1623, I can tell you that it basically requires additional financial disclosures, and I can tell you just from experience that it all came out of the Healthy Holly incident that we're all so familiar with in Baltimore City several years ago, where we had certain elected officials being involved with certain quasi-government organizations with separate deals and contracts being paid, and under the ethics law as it stood then, it really didn't require them to disclose that, and the General Assembly kind of looked back at that, made the changes that they thought were necessary to include those types of transactions in the disclosure requirements. So they added the additional disclosure requirements, which is what you're seeing in the definition of quasi-government entity and basically all that follows that, I think, as a result of that incident. So we've made it part of our law. You'll see changes in the disclosure statements if this bill is passed in the following, probably next year. And if you have any questions about it, I'm more than happy to answer them, and I encourage you to pass the bill as drafted, as approved by the state. The state also approved our provision of taking out that section that required us to provide the name of the complainant prior to us completing our preliminary investigation.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing no lights. We will now open the public hearing on bill number 1623. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
We did not receive anything, Mr. Chair.
All right. I did not see anyone who had signed up in advance on this bill. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on bill number 1623? All right, seeing no movement, public hearing on bill number 1623 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 1623.
Bill number 1623, an ordinance concerning public ethics.
Any further discussion? Mr. Voken.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when we complete our financial disclosures that we have to do every year, these are going to change the requirements for what we do, and they're also going to allow you to email out copies of that to people as opposed to them having to come to your office and copy and review it.
It allows to provide electronic copy by PDF.
Okay.
Yes, but it's still the same requirements. They'll still have to fill out the form as to who's requesting it. We'll still provide that to the person who's
So we'll still get
disclosure
notice.
statement. You'll get notice of that.
Okay.
So it only changes the form of the disclosure, not the method or not. And we still have to redact home addresses. All the things that normally we have to do are still applicable. It's just the form of the disclosure statement allows us to do it electronically. And we probably could have done that the way the law was written now, and in fact, we have done it in PDF format, but we just wanted to make it clear so as we go forward and start putting these things in full electronic form for both for the people that are completing them as well as the people that want to review them. We just want to make sure the language is consistent.
And the quasi-governmental interest or entity portion of this, that only would apply if we're receiving financial remuneration for our service on that entity?
If you're receiving any sort, if you're any way involved or receive financial benefit from that entity.
Okay, I guess I'm just asking because I'm on Maryland Environmental Trust. I'm on the Board of Trustees. I don't get paid for that. It's totally volunteer. I get nothing. It just takes time, and it's cool to do.
There's
but
nothing to report, really.
Right, so I don't have to add that now.
And the interesting thing is that even if you had to report your earnings or makings from that entity, then the law goes back and says that we have to redact the amount.
Got it. Okay.
So, but it becomes public notice that you would be, financially involved if that was the case.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
And at some point, if you can reach out to my office, I'd love to sit down with you, not in reference to this bill, just ethics in general. Just wanted some other further discussions, actually stemming from our conversation, Mr. Volke. Other than that, any further discussion on Bill 1623? All right. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on Bill number 1623.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volke?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Bill number 1623 has been passed.
Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 1723.
Bill number 1723, an ordinance concerning payment in lieu of taxes, the villages at Marley Station, Glen Burnie, Maryland, amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Ebner from ACDS is joining me. As we discussed at the work session, council passed 6722, or the previous council passed 6722, that approved the county entering into a pilot agreement with the village at Marley Station to create 757 affordable housing units available to households earning 60% or less of median income. Since the passage of 6722, the property owner has transitioned apartments into affordable units as available, but requires additional time to create the number of affordable units without displacing existing tenants. To meet this need, the county has negotiated an amendment to the existing pilot agreement to set the number of affordable units initially available at 584 and require that 745 affordable units be made available by December 31, 2026. If you recall the comments at the work session, we're creating a longer runway so that we are not evicting current market rate tenants as we transition those units through natural attrition into, the landlord transitions those units naturally through attrition into affordable. I hope that made sense. It's late.
Ms. Pickard, I know you were co-sponsored on here. Did you have any remarks? Or
I just urge my colleagues to vote for this bill.
Thank you. Seeing any other discussion, we will now open the public hearing on Bill number 1723. Madam Secretary, do we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
We did not receive anything ahead of time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I don't see anyone that signed up in advance. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on Bill number 1723? Seeing no movement, the public hearing on Bill number 1723 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 1723.
Bill number 1723, an ordinance concerning payment in lieu of taxes, the villages at Marley Station, Glen Burnie, Maryland, amendment.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing no discussion, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on Bill number 1723.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volke is absent. Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
And Mr. Smith?
Aye.
That is 5 in the affirmative, 1 absent, and 1 in the negative. Bill number 1723 has been passed.
Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 1823.
Bill number 1823, an ordinance concerning planning and development master plan for water supply and sewerage system.
Mr. Barrett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While they're making their way up here, Ms. Blair Klossmeyer is sticking with me. We have Mr. Murphy from DPW, Ms. Carrier from OPC, and just to note, we have Ms. Dawson from Office of Central Services. If there are any questions here in the audience, she hung out all night, and I want to make sure I recognize her. So as discussed at the March work session, 1823 makes updates to the county's water sewer master plan concerning 3 properties. The updates are part of the semi-annual review by Office of Planning and Zoning of the water sewer master plan. Representatives are here If you have any questions, we ask that you move the bill tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this question would be for planning and zoning. I reached out earlier this week. There is an amendment to the master plan that is located in District 5. It's a W1 property. In reviewing any development here, that would be a conditional use in an industrial area, this type of change to the master plan is not required. It's
not a condition of the development plan. If this amendment were not passed, they would have to revise their current site plan that they have.
okay. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. We will now open the public hearing on bill number 1823. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
We did not receive anything ahead of time, Mr. Chair.
I also don't see anyone who signed up ahead of time. Anyone in the audience who would like to speak on bill 1823? Seeing no movement, public hearing on bill 1823 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill 1823.
Bill number 1823, an ordinance concerning planning and development, master plan for water supply and sewerage system.
Any further discussion? Seeing no lights. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on bill number 1823.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Bulkey is absent. Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
6 in the affirmative, 1 absent. Bill number 1823 has passed.
All right, Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 1923.
Bill number 1923, an ordinance concerning public safety, ban the Bag Act of Anne Arundel County.
All right. Ma'am, all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we've talked about this one too, and this is basically to just get that scourge of our environment out of Anne Arundel County to the greatest extent possible. Plastic bags cause all kinds of different harms. In fact, they even make recycling more difficult because they get stuck in recycling and they gum up the works in the machinery that's responsible for recycling all kinds of other things. They get in our waterways. They get in the boats, in the boat propellers of, our watermen as they're doing work. So many reasons. And, as somebody in their testimony pointed out, they really don't, technically everything biodegrades, but when you're talking about things that biodegrade so slowly that, it's beyond, far beyond the lifespan of, anything on the planet, that's really not biodegrading. You end up with tiny particles of plastic that have even been found in humans. So I urge my colleagues to support this. And just to clarify, one of the pieces that varies significantly from jurisdiction to jurisdiction is we have a ban. This bill proposes a ban, I should say, on plastic bags, carry-out bags. So retailers, restaurants, their takeout bags. It allows for paper bags, but it is required that a 10-cent charge comes with each paper bag provided. And that's really about fairness to small businesses. So, your Walmarts and your Targets and your Costco's can eat the additional cost because paper bags are more expensive than plastic bags. I did a little Google searching, and it's not a small increase. It is something that's that's going to impact businesses. However, this allows them to recoup that because they're required to charge a minimum of 10 cents for every paper bag that they provide. And really it goes back to the bottom line of nothing is really free. It's just rolled into their costs somewhere where you don't actually see it. And this requires that it's on your receipt, that you're being charged a minimum of 10 cents for your paper bag. So paper bags, like in the long term, we've got lots of plastics we need to root out. Paper bags have their own environmental issues that eventually we'd like to get everybody using reusable bags because that's really the best path is to not be paper bags come from trees and we need those too. So there's lots of different consequences. But this is the first step in getting some of that big plastic out of our lives. I think one of the best examples, ironically, is Mr. Trash Wheel in Baltimore City. Since they've banned plastic bags, they see a lot less plastic. And so we should have that same sort of impact in Anne Arundel County, where we know that our natural resources and our Chesapeake Bay are among the most important resources that we have besides the people that live here. So with that, I ask for your support of this bill.
Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Joining me at the table is Mr. Michelson and Ms. Velez and Ms. Blair Klausmeyer. So in the interest of time, I know there are some folks who have waited a long time to testify tonight. I'll truncate my comments knowing that there are amendments, and I'll be happy to make further comment at that time. The first, administration supports this bill. I want to be clear. Plastic bags are a major issue. This bill will help our environment. We think this is a balanced approach. Councilwoman Ravian referenced Mr. Trash Wheel in Baltimore City. There's also Professor Trash Wheel. I took my daughter to see her a few weeks back. We know that we can discuss the amendments when they come, but this bill is not radical or out of the norm. Many jurisdictions have taken approaches to deal with plastic bags. There have been a number of different approaches, bans, taxes, and this approach the administration is comfortable with. We support the bill.
Thank you. Any further, seeing no lights, we will now open a public hearing on bill number 1923. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the council, we did receive 23 submissions of testimony, and I also wanted to give honorable mention to a batch of letters that came from Sunset Elementary School.
Wow.
The school librarian there had some children write some letters. It's nice to see handwriting is still alive, and so those were also shared with the council.
That's pretty cool. I do see that we had a testimony or folks that signed up previous online, and I will call them here in order. Some may have left already, but I will still go down the list. Miss Abby Root. And you have waited so patiently. I sat there this whole time, and I watched you in that front row, and I'm like, she is determined to say her piece, and I thank you for holding out. Bernie Robinson. John Breen. Priscilla Kania? Brandon Mahoney. Sarah Price. Miss Abby?
Good evening. My name is Abby Root. I live at 1336 Chicory Way in Odenton, and I'm representing the League of Women Voters of Anne Arundel County. The League supports Bill 1923. The League's solid waste position is to support a program of solid waste management that protects public health and environment through promotions of source reduction, recycling, and adoption of a conservation ethic among individuals, businesses, and government. Plastic bags are detrimental to the health of humans, animals, and the planet. Plastic bags start out as fossil fuels, but then go through other processes during production that generate greenhouse gas emissions, which contribute to climate change. They ultimately end up as toxic waste in landfills, waterways, and the Chesapeake Bay. Plastic bags become microplastics in landfills that absorb toxins and pollute the environment. In the waterways in the bay, marine animals often eat discarded plastic, which can be lethal. If fish ingest microplastics, the toxic chemicals in the fish can go up to the food chain to bigger fish and eventually to humans. The League supports a ban on plastic bags in Anne Arundel County. There are restrictions on plastic bags in the counties of Howard, Montgomery, Baltimore, and Baltimore City, and numerous Maryland towns. Charging a fee for shopping bags has been found to encourage public awareness of the persistence of plastic waste. Many people know plastic bags are environmentally damaging, but need an incentive to change their shopping behavior. The League urges the council to vote in favor of Bill 1923. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson?
Good evening. I'm Bernie Robinson, lead for the Anne Arundel Group Sierra Club Zero Waste Team, speaking in support of Bill 1923 on behalf of the Anne Arundel Sierra Club members and supporters. The world is facing a plastic pollution crisis, and plastic carryout bags are a major cause. Also, they are downright ugly, hanging from trees, on roads, and in waterways. Anne Arundel residents use an estimated 215 million plastic bags annually. As grocery stores that provide complimentary plastic carryout bags, 84.7% of county shoppers take them. We have to change retailer and shopper behavior. Presently, only 7.9% of county shoppers are using reusable bags. Simply banning plastic carryout bags does not get us there. As we've seen in Laurel, when plastic bags are banned, most shoppers will take the free alternatives, paper bags, substituting one type of single-use waste and pollution with another. There is no such thing as a free bag. Their cost is part of the retailer's overhead and the price of merchandise. This bill adopts the most effective policy in reducing plastic pollution and incentivizing shoppers to bring their own bag. It pairs a ban on plastic bags with a minimum 10-cent charge by stores for alternative carryout bags. Putting a visible price on carryout bags will change shopper behavior in favor of bringing a carryout bag or not using one. The policy's effectiveness is documented in a written testimony based on observational surveys of grocery shoppers. At stores that have adopted this policy as a business model, more than 90% of shoppers bring a reusable bag or don't take a bag at all. This bill will achieve its environmental objectives while promoting transparency, fairness, and universal participation. It will remove a hidden cost. Shoppers who take carryout bags will pay for them, and shoppers who bring their own bags will not. Please pass Bill 1923. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, Mr. Green, or Mr. Brin, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I'll be short because Lisa has stolen most of my information. I submitted a one-page written testimony, so I give to, if you want to find it, the organizations who have made this information public, and you confirm that it's valid. Let's start off with NOAA, National Oceanic Administrative Administration, Silver Spring, Maryland. They've collected this data, and they're organizing a study to quantify the microplastic pollution of fish in our diet and in human beings and et cetera. And that study is in its origin, it's a beginning. There's no conclusions at present. Maritimeaquarium.org is another site, and they conclude that 80% of microplastic comes from textiles, tires, and city dust. We're exposed to most of it through the use of water. The OceanicSociety.org, you've got a more specific site if you want to see it, came out with a shocking statement, so I had to copy and paste it. Skyrocketing plastic production, low levels of recycling, and poor waste management bring 4 to 12 million tons of plastic into the ocean each year. And they expect that number to triple over the next 20 years. So that at the end of each year, at the end of 20 years, they expect we would produce enough microplastic in the oceans to cover every foot of coastline in the United States 20 years from now. There's been a published study by an environmental group at a university in Denland, and they did a catch them as they go by, a study of how many microplastics are being transported in people walking down the street, or our students here. This is a small number. 17 out of 21 people just at random picking were found to have quantifiable and measurable amounts of plastic particles in their blood. Blood is the vehicle that carries these microplastic particles to your organs like your brain, your lungs, your heart, your kidney, or your liver. I won't repeat that. The next shocking fact was this study.
Please summarize if you can.
Bloomberg.com. We found in small number of studies, mother's milk has microplastic particles in it when they're nursing their children. These are low numbers, but that's what they found. I have no further comment. Obviously, I would endorse the passage of Lisa Rodman's suggested bill.
Thank you. Ma'am?
I'm Priscilla Cania. I'm here to ask for a favorable vote on Bill 1923, commonly known as the Bring Your Own Bag Bill. I can't thank Councilwoman Rodvian and past Councilwoman Lacey enough for their work on this bill. It's a wonderful bill. Plastic in our oceans, bay, rivers, drinking water, and food sources is a terrible problem that won't be fixed by this bill alone. But if we don't start by changing behavior with single-use plastic bags, when will we start? 10 days ago, I adopted a 10-year-old cat from the animal control shelter, animal control. Now I have to deal with kitty litter. So many people use single-use plastic bags, such as this one, for their kitty litter. And I just want you to see this. I picked this up, somebody dropped this at my house, and it has holes in it. So you put kitty litter, and it comes out anyway. Meaning that we pay for their bags to use for kitty litter. So with a quick Google search, I found numerous alternatives for plastic that we already have in our house that would love to get rid of too, but things like toilet paper bags, paper towel bags, bags that stuff comes in, all these things that we have. Oh, here's another bag that's a Walmart bag. It had 2 holes in the bottom of it. So, I mean, these are not effective for kitty litter, folks. Anyway, all these different things that we can use for cat litter. They're typically, these things are much more durable than single-use bags, and it reduces my trips to the Millersville dump, which is the only place that actually recycles bags. The grocery store recycling places don't really recycle them, so I think people need to look at that. My daughter uses a diaper genie for her cat litter, which is another great option. I want to talk about behavior change. Will the bill negatively impact people of my generation? Are we able to change behavior? The answer is that people of my generation have already embraced this. I did several of the shopper surveys, and we did not officially track, oh, for crying out loud. I'm going to talk for another second because everybody else does. We didn't track who used it, but anecdotally, I can tell you that more people look like me, gray hair, than they did, the young folks. So we can change. Please, let's encourage people to use responsible practices. Bring your own bag and stop getting these plastic bags that we're all paying for in the grocery stores. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the record, the millennial generation you're a part of does use plastic
the
bags.
millennial generation.
Thank you.
I'm part of.
Sir.
Awesome. Thank you, Council, for your time. Brendan Mahoney here. I represent the Restaurant Association and our members here in Anne Arundel County. We're respectfully requesting, and actually saw it when I came in, I guess now supporting Amendment Number 1 in the packet that would exempt food service facilities from both the prohibition on plastic and also the requirement to charge a fee. Complying with the language in this bill is more challenging for restaurants and food service facilities and retail stores. The industry uses both plastic and paper bags depending on the needs of the restaurant. Paper bags might work great if you're selling soups or, salads or sandwiches or things along those lines, but it's oftentimes used as a better barrier of protection for things like soups, steamed crabs. A lot of times you see it where you have double paper bags and then they wrap it up in plastic. So there's potential for leakage there and spillage because of steam and condensation. So it provides a better barrier of protection, plain and simple. And also the proposed bag fee in the legislation, and we heard this most commonly from our members, is extremely problematic because the goal of the legislation is to incentivize folks to bring their own reusable bags. But because of potential food safety concerns, a lot of our restaurants don't even allow customers to use reusable bags because they don't want to potentially be blamed for foodborne illness caused by a bag that wasn't sanitized properly after going to the grocery store where it contained raw beef or seafood and things along those lines. And also it's problematic for fast food restaurants where an order isn't bagged until after the customer's already paid for it. Typically a cashier doesn't know how many bags an order will require ahead of time. In other jurisdictions that didn't provide an exemption from the fee, we've saw issues with third-party delivery apps where there's not even an option to charge for the fee. And then the second part, when the order comes to the restaurant, It's the same issue with the fast food restaurants where they don't know how many bags it will require. And a final point on this piece of legislation, it's difficult for us to explain to our customers in the hospitality business, especially if you're out dining at a fine restaurant and you've already paid your check and it's a $100, $200 check, where you would have to go back and ask for additional 10 cents on a large bill.
Thank you. Ms. Price?
Thank you, Mr.
There it is.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, honorable members of the committee. Thank you for waiting so long for us. My name is Sarah Price, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Association, which is a statewide membership association that is headquartered here in Annapolis at 171 Conduit. We are in support of this legislation with a firm emphasis on the 10-cent fee. The average retailer can get plastic bags for a penny, maybe 2 cents each. A year or two ago, paper for a basic paper grocery bag, the cost for those bags was 4 to 5 times the cost of plastic per bag. Currently, those bags are averaging at about 12 cents each for basic paper bag, no handles, no branding. Our members in the city of Westminster, which has a plastic ban with no fee on paper, have reported immense cost increases due to that policy. A large chain department store shared with me that they were previously spending about $7,000 per order of plastic bags, and now a comparable order of paper is $30,000. A chain drugstore was spending 15 cents per bag for their non-pharmacy transactions, and a large national level grocery chain told me that they did implement their own 5-cent fee, but they have to keep it low due to competition, and they're only recouping about half the cost that they're spending on paper. The 10-cent fee for paper set in the policy is the best option to level set for all businesses. It reduces competition, it helps to offset the cost, and as has been noted, it is the most effective way to encourage customers to bring their own bags. We did request the amendments numbers 2 through 5, so I appreciate the attention that's been given from the sponsors to those concerns. And I believe our small members would also support number 6, so we would urge adoption and passage. Thank you.
Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you for your public testimony. And I will call up the other members that are signed up in advance. I think there's is there Ms. Thomas? Is it Elva? Alan Lang and Michael Brown. And yes, ma'am? What's your name, ma'am? Well, please come up if you are, well, even if you didn't sign up, if you want to speak on this bill, there's at least 3 more seats there. So please come forward at this time because we're going to close the public testimony after this row. Ms. Thompson?
Good evening. My name's Elvia Thompson. I'm co-founder and former president of Annapolis Green, a local environmental nonprofit. The heart of Annapolis Green's mission is exactly what this bill is about, and that's behavior change. I just want to reiterate to the council that this is not a tax. The government does not get the 10-cent fee. It goes back to the retailer, as was mentioned earlier. Speaking of behavior change, there are retail stores right now that have trained their customers not to expect to receive free bags at all, such as Sam's Club, Lidl, and others. Behavior change has already happened in those stores. The public can certainly adjust to a new expectation at all Anne Arundel County's retail establishments, including restaurants. The new expectation that no bag will be provided unless it's clearly paid for and that the purchased bag will not be plastic. This bill makes it clear that the bag has a cost, another important thing. And the 10 cents appears to be the tipping point that will make behavior change happen. So please vote favorably on this bill for the benefit of our environment. I also want to mention that there are restaurants, food establishments that already are using paper bags. So they pack the food in a container, different types of containers, and then put it in a paper bag. And these include the restaurants that are part of the Irish Restaurant Company. So that's Galway Bay, Killarney House, Brian Baru, and Pirates Cove, and also the Annapolis Yacht Club. So it certainly can be done. So I urge you to vote favorably on this bill without any amendments. Thank you very much.
Mr. Lang?
Okay. My name is Alan Lang. I'm in Pasadena, Maryland, 242 Armstrong Lane. And to some extent, I'm against this as written. Don't believe that this is a panacea that everyone claim it to be. If this is such a scourge, I don't understand why all these exceptions are allowed. If plastic is bad, all of it should be out. The person who just brought up and showed the plastic wrap on the toilet paper and the paper towels. If you are going against plastic, you should be going against that as well. And I was also concerned, what is this 9-day free thing? If it's such a scourge, why would you allow 9 days of having carryout bags, and why April 22nd to April 30th? What's the point of this? And then you also have the charges at least 10 cents. So that will allow others can charge more than 10 cents if they so desire. And the other is everyone pushes to this bring your own bag. There's been more and more notices about the health risks of these bags. People get them wet from the cold thing and then bring them back. It grows mold. You're going to have issues with this. I just don't think this has been thought out well, and just because all the other counties do it doesn't mean we should do it. I think you should vote against this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Brown?
Good evening, Michael Brown, Liberty, Maryland. I just want to echo about the at least 10-cent fee comment in this bill. I've heard the sponsor of this bill say it's 10 cents. It's 10 cents. It's 10 cents. It's not 10 cents. It's at least 10 cents. So anyone can charge 10 cents, 20 cents, 30 cents. Where does it end? Also, upon research, we are the only county jurisdiction that is proposing or have implemented a 10-cent fee. Every other county, it has been a 5-cent fee. Cities and towns have implemented the 10-cent. There's also a state bill that's coming up, I've been told. I've not read too much into that quite yet. But I also fear that this is a way, a stepping stone to ban paper bags long term. There's been comments at work sessions in the past that have come to this, and that is my worry. Paper bags are biodegradable. I'm looking at doing a compost pile at my house. One of the things they tell me to go use that I can use is brown paper. If I get a paper bag from the store, it's a perfect use there. So while I do support the ban on plastic bags, I think there are some things that the council can go back and change that are not included in the amendments that are being proposed later. Thank you.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. Please state your name and address for the record in 2 minutes.
My name is Meg Cowder. I am in Pasadena, in Mr. Volke's area, district, and I am a former librarian. And I would like to say that I support the plastic bag ban. The bill would remove plastic bags from the point of sale, and that that's being the cash registers at the stores. It would incentivize shoppers to bring reusable bags by requiring stores to charge 10 cents for paper bags. This is a good idea because we know that paper bags come from felled trees, which is an environmental disaster as well, or from used wood, and that is also coming from felled trees. Plastic bags pollute our waterways. They strangle birds and fish by clogging their digestive systems. They pollute the quality of our drinking water and our air. Charging 10 cents for paper single-use bags is a financial incentive for consumers to switch to reusable multi-use bags. There should be no exceptions allowed to the 10-cent charge for paper bags at the point of sale, which is the registers, because the paper bags are made from felled trees. Further, you will be happy to know that I have a possible solution to the problem of citizens seeing this 10-cent charge as a tax. It is not a tax. It is not a tax. I urge you to not consider this a tax. Frame it as a good business move, and consider public relations communications to help citizens accept and request paper and then finally use their own reusable bags. These funds from the 10-cent collection for paper bags could be delivered to senior citizen centers around the county, who could then buy fabric, heavy cotton, from local fabric shops, which is a good business idea. And then the senior citizens could create the the reusable bags in their crafts in the senior citizen centers. Again, please ban plastic bags from use in our county. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Please take your seats. That was the last call. I didn't see anyone else previously when I mentioned that. So the public hearing on bill number 1923 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 1923.
Bill number 1923, an ordinance concerning public safety, ban the Bag Act of Anne Arundel County.
Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 1. Okay. Yeah, it didn't have 1 on it, but this is the new one? Okay.
Okay. This is the revised amendment number 1. This amendment excludes a food service facility or cafeteria if the food service facility or cafeteria is operated by a school.
Okay. Ms. Pick, just for clarity on this bill, are the 2 additional sponsors still on board with that? Okay. Ms. Pickert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is pretty self-explanatory, although it did come to us with concern from our public school system regarding how they would handle, food going home in backpacks and things like that. As our schools are not necessarily retailers or a point of sale entity, we wanted to make clear that we weren't meaning to envelop the school system in the bill. Am I saying that correctly? I motion to adopt.
Yep. Second. Okay. Is there any other discussion? Mr. Volke.
Thank you. So I just want to clarify for the Restaurant Association that the original version of this bill exempted, or the amendment, yep, thank you, exempted food service facilities or cafeterias operated by a school, but this amended version ties everything to only those that are operated by a school, meaning that food service facilities are no longer going to be exempted. So I just want to clarify that's what this amendment is doing versus the original versus the revised version of the amendment. With that, I guess the question that I have is, and it goes back to something Mr. Lang noted, if plastic is bad in the form of garment bags for dry cleaning or carry-out bags from restaurants or carry-out bags from grocery stores or carry-out from or take-home bags from school or anything like that, why is it not all being treated the same? Who's deciding what the nuances are? Who's drawing the lines on these things? Yeah, clearly I am, right? But well, let's be clear, I'm not going to, this body will, but ultimately, I guess, what's the data to back that up, right? So we're making these decisions, but how is this decision being made from either a quantitative or some other sort of qualitative standpoint where we can justify we're exempting certain things but not other things? And so I'd be interested in that because I know this is the first of a number of amendments that are going to carve out specific items, and the question just becomes, we're either saying plastic is bad and so we're going to ban it across the board, or we're saying plastic is like not great, but we're going to ban it in certain places and not others. So I would be interested in I understand who is drawing the line, it's us, but I want to know why we're drawing the line in certain places.
Mr. Chairman, if I may respond, as it's my
Yes, ma'am.
amendment. Well, number one, this bill isn't banning plastic.
Sure, okay.
Okay, it's not banning plastic. It's banning single-use plastic bags at the point of sale at retailers. Okay? So I imagine you do not want your child coming home with his chocolate milk in a paper bag in his backpack from the school. Okay, that's the point of this amendment. The school system or our other schools in the county, we're not meant to be caught up in this bill, and we're just clarifying that for all those listening at home. The bill in its pure form doesn't ban all plastic, and I think my colleague knows that. Right? Thank you.
It seems like that's the, can I respond?
Please.
It's so late.
It is, but I mean, we're having this discussion now at 11:24. So, I mean, it's the whole premise behind this is that there's too much plastic, that plastic and the toxins from plastic are breaking down. They're getting into our food sources. They're getting into fish. We're eating them. They're getting into mother's milk. Like, I listened to the testimony that everybody's testifying to. The issue was not just single-use plastic bags. It's the concept of plastic generally, which is a problem. So this bill is arguably going against or going to combat one piece of this larger problem. But overall, it sounds like the testimony I've heard from people and what I'm hearing from the sponsor is effectively the impact of these bags and plastic generally is creating all of these secondary issues. So while we may be saying we're simply banning the bag, really the intent is to get rid of a lot of plastic. So the question is, why are we getting rid of plastic in certain contexts and not in others?
If I may. Plastic, certain plastic is actually recyclable, as you know, and continues, right? It's an increment. It's a start to a better planet. Be a part of the change. Come on.
Ms. Sommer.
So, Mr. Volkey, philosophically, I totally understand what you're saying. However, the reality is, we are not at the point, we do not have authority to ban all plastic. The plastic that's wrapping our toilet paper, that's out of our hands. We don't get to say on that. But we can have a say in this one. This is one that I promise you, if there was an alternative to plastic bags at schools, I would be all for banning that. But having worked closely in the schools and knowing how they give it out and where it's done, there is not a viable other option for them at this point. So I would say that as soon as there is, and there's something to be there, I will be all for saying the school system has to follow as well. That same goes with other amendments that are coming through. I know that the Dry Cleaners Association are actually working on coverings that are more biodegradable. And so when that is in place, I won't be all for it. There's one in here that says that fish need to be in a plastic bag. We can't put a fish in a paper bag to take home. So that's a reasonable one to come through. So I'm with you. I don't like exceptions. These are some very ones that are extremely difficult to give an alternative at this time. But I'm with you. As soon as there is a good alternative, I will be all for banning these as well. But it's a start. It's something we can begin with. You know, it's our step in the right direction.
Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to follow up on this line of questioning because I'm trying to understand if there are different plastic bags being used by the school system other than what I have seen. I know 2 years ago, could have been a year ago at this point, the years kind of blend together, when the school system was trying to get rid of all of the excess food that they had, they were my kids were coming home with things that I'm like, what is this? I've never seen such a thing before. But they were coming home in plastic bags, and to the testimony that we heard here, some of the bags had holes, and we actually did have a carton of milk open up in a bag, and we no longer have that backpack because I couldn't get rid of the smell. So I'm trying to understand what plastic bags we're talking about that are providing some 100% guarantee that what we're putting in backpacks is not going to leak.
Well, I think originally the bill had not envisioned the school system getting caught up in this bill at all because it's not a point of sale situation. backpack buddies, the things that go home with students on the weekends. That's not a point of sale. A consumer is not making a choice to buy something and it go in a plastic bag versus a reusable bag. It's not a point of sale situation. So we were just trying to make sure the school system understand, because they weren't sure if they were caught up in this or not. So we're affirming that they are not caught up in this, because it's not a retail point of sale situation.
Mr. Chair, follow up. Taking that into consideration, and I'm sorry, memory may be escaping me right now, back to whatever year that we reviewed the styrofoam ban, I believe that there was an amendment put in to exempt the school system that failed. The concern there, I think I was maybe a co-sponsor on that amendment, was the increase to the school system budget. We were told at the time that the school system was going to try to work around it. It ended up being a line item in the budget, or an increase to a line item on the budget. So I'm trying to understand what was the difference with not exempting the school system there, but giving an exemption here.
Can I address that? So again, I actually believe a strict reading of this bill as it's written now without this amendment would not include the school system, because it's not a point of sale. There is not a way to charge the school system or a users in their 10 cents each, because there's not a charge for any of this food that they're using the bags for. They are not charging anyone for them. The plastic bags are used currently. I talked to the school system. They are used for summer meals, the free summer meals that kids are given out, and grab and go breakfast, which are also free to the students. So there's not a charge for any of those things. So it is technically, this was just to add added clarity, but it is not a point of sale transaction to have that. So it really wouldn't fall under this bill even without this amendment, I don't believe. I think that the amendment just clarifies it further so that there's no question. But because it's not a retail operation, the school is not a retail operation.
I have a follow-up question, but I can wait.
Yeah, I want to get Ms. Rabian in.
I just want to echo what my colleagues have already said, and actually I'll just go ahead and say they already said it now, because I know it's late, so.
Yeah.
They already said it.
You said you still had a follow-up?
I got one.
I'm gonna go quickly over the other ones, so.
I'll be very quick. My follow-up question would be, is it not possible to exempt the school system from the point of sale charge and instead of exempting the ban altogether?
Well, personally, I think we're back to the milk in the backpack situation. But to your other point about styrofoam, there's lots of alternatives to styrofoam plates, so that's just a non-starter. The school system has made that transition beautifully, and that seems to be a non-starter. But I don't even have a response.
Mr. Volkey, last one.
Paper bags.
All right. So you say that we can't ban plastic across the board, but we did ban polystyrene across the board 4 years ago. We went across. We said I can't get my Dunkin' Donuts coffee in a polystyrene.
You can
cup
get your
anymore.
eggs, and you can get your.
You can get your heart transplant in it.
There were a couple carve-outs.
Mhm.
Yes, there were a couple carve-outs. But so
No, I'm not kidding.
With that, we could ban plastic. We're not going to. That's not what this bill does, but we could do that. What I'm also going to add is you're indicating that it's different because the schools aren't a point of sale transaction. It's basically incident to the purchase of whatever these things may be. They're being given these bags as a take-home. It's the same as if I go to a restaurant and I order my food and then I say, hey, I want a carry-out bag. I want to take that with me. It's the exact same thing. It's analogous. So I'm not sure why in one instance we're saying yes and, huh?
Yeah. Did we motion on this one?
I don't even know.
Okay, all right.
Actually, I don't.
Ms.
Did
Volkey,
we-
you know it?
There was a motion and a second?
Was there a motion in a second?
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, there's just a point. There was a motion in a second.
I read the amendment and then said motion to adopt.
Who was the second?
Maybe me? I will.
Anybody?
Okay, so we got a
anybody
motion,
going
we got a
once?
second. I just wanted to make sure that was annotated.
We just have to have the motion, the first and the second.
Yep.
It's important to capture who said it, but it just matters that we have.
Right. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 1.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey. Ms. Hummer. Aye. Ms. Fiedler.
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian.
I, with the hope that someday we'll get rid of the plastic bags in the school as well.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
5 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative. Amendment number 1 has been adopted.
Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 2.
Amendment number 2, this amendment excludes from the definition of plastic carryout bag a bag used to contain package or wrap garments or dry cleaned clothes.
All right, Ms. Ledbetter, are you the? I'm just using my cheat sheet and has you first. Okay.
Like the other exemptions already in this bill, there is not really a practical solution to plastic in these situations where folks are counting on the bag to protect their investment in their garments, regardless of the price point of that garment. It's important and an asset to that individual, and I ask for your support.
All right, motion to adopt.
So moved.
Is there a second? All right. Any further discussion? I see your light on, Madam Vice Chair.
Oh.
Or you good? Okay. Seeing no additional lights, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 2.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
No.
Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
I will say before my vote, understanding that this industry doesn't really have an alternative to protect garments in inclement weather. Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Same, with a hope for a future with garment bags that are not plastic, and I vote aye.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
6 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. Amendment number 2 has been adopted.
Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 3.
Amendment number 3, this amendment excludes from the definition of plastic carryout bag a bag used to contain fruits or vegetables produced by and purchased at a farm or orchard.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Mine was out of order. After a conversation with Office of Law, the opinion that I received was that the clause in the bill that currently exempts plastic bags for fruits and vegetables was likely not intended to cover plastic bags used at farm stands, but only the plastic bags that are used in grocery and retail stores. This amendment seeks to clarify a level playing field between our grocery and retail stores and our small business farmers. One thing I want to address, because it came up in the previous conversation, is the difference between the bag being used at the point of sale versus when you are in the aisle filling the bag with your items. One of the nuances of a farm stand that makes it rather unique is that often those bags are placed near the bins where the fruit and vegetables are. The consumer grabs the bag, they put their cucumbers, tomatoes, corn, whatever that might be in it. They go to the cash register. At that point, things are weighed individually, put back in the bag, and you leave. And so there is a little bit of in those cases, the bag is both in the aisle and the point of sale, and just becomes, I think, an enforcement problem if we are not just clearly treating farm stands the same as we are grocery stores. I ask for your support.
All right. Do we do motion to adopt? My brain is.
Motion to adopt.
I've said it so many times. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Any further discussion on amendment number 3? All right. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 3.
Ms. Pickard.
Nay.
Mr. Volkey.
No.
Ms. Hummer.
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler.
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian.
The equity argument resonates with me. The equity argument resonates with me, but I still feel like this is at the point of sale. So nay.
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter, was that you? And Mr. Smith?
Yeah, Nate, I feel the same way as Ms. I still love you, Ms. Ledbetter. She went out like a champ on that one. Madam Secretary, please call the roll. I mean, sorry, please read
I'm
it.
sorry, so can we just, one moment, please. Was that just a nay?
That was a
didn't-
nay,
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
That's-
One in
I'm
the,
afraid
one in
so.
the affirmative, 6 in the negative. Amendment number 3 has been defeated.
Okay. Please, Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 4.
Amendment number 4, this amendment excludes from the definition of plastic carryout bag, a bag used to contain, package, or wrap live fish, insects, mollusks, or crustaceans.
Ms. Pickard?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've already discussed this a little bit in the, obviously, that goldfish you want to take home is not going to make it in a paper bag, nor are your mussels you're buying at the grocery store. So this is all just sort of clarifying language. So our pet store folks and our seafood counter folks can rest assured they can still use plastic. Thank you. To adopt.
Rod being second.
Mr. Barrett, you know, I've been excluding you as we-
No objection.
And partially because I was trying to make sure because 12 o'clock is creeping up on us, and I wanted to make sure we got through this bill.
Yep,
So-
I would have jumped in if we had a major objection to any of the
Okay,
prior
good,
ones.
awesome.
Yeah, I want my little goldfish to survive.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a question.
Mr. Volkey?
I'm filibustering. No, I'm kidding. Are mollusks and crustaceans not considered seafood in line 17 in section 3 on page 2? I don't understand. I'm asking.
You can also buy a mollusk or a crustacean at the pet store. So just
So
move
we're referring
along.
to these as the pet versions of mollusks and crustaceans and not the eating version? I just want to be clear. Okay.
It is. Yes. And you said there was a motion to adopt? There was a second?
Yep.
Any further? Yes, I see lights. Ms. Fiedler?
Oh, I had crustacean confusion, but Mr. Volkey cleared it up.
No, that's.
I'm sorry. I also am just grateful that when I read the actual amendment, live animal didn't include like you need to put your new pet cat in a plastic bag. The number of absurd conversations that have come out of the drafting of this bill is beyond belief. And so yes, no bag for kitty.
Yeah, this is, okay. Seeing no further discussion, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 4.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey? No. Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
My brother used to carry home crickets for his lizard in a bag. Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye, and I want to see Volkey's goldfish in a paper bag.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
And Mr. Smith?
Aye.
6 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. Amendment number 4 has been adopted.
Madam Secretary, please read the amendment number 5.
Amendment number 5, this amendment makes the requirement that a retail establishment post notices that advise customers to bring reusable carryout bags permit, I'm sorry, I think there maybe might be a comma missing maybe. Let me try that again. Amendment number 5, this amendment makes the requirement that a retail establishment post notices that advise customers to bring reusable carryout bags permissive as opposed to mandatory. There's an extra 2 in there. My apologies.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Just like when the county evaluates the cost of a program compared to the benefits provided, the intent here is to pass that courtesy on to the businesses of Anne Arundel County. By changing the word shall to may, we empower the business to make that cost-benefit analysis about posting notices themselves. This amendment adopts the same language used in Baltimore County's plastic bag legislation. I think it strikes a balance, and as such, I ask for your support. Motion to adopt.
Second.
Okay. Any administration?
Nothing to add. I think this is a policy choice for the council. Do want to note, though, that there is some rationale to make sure that the customer knows that they're about to be charged for the paper bag.
Mr. Volkey?
Amazingly on this, I agree with Mr. Barron, and I also think they should use some of the 10 cents they're charging to put the sign up.
Ms. Rodvian?
Yeah, actually, I agree. I would hard to imagine why our establishment wouldn't want to. This allows them to put all the blame on us. You know, this them allows to say sorry. You know, if they don't like it, they can say sorry. The county made us do it. And what's that?
The signs in COVID.
Oh, that
because of the county exit.
Oh, they sure did. So I also like the idea that, you know, customers get a heads up that this is coming.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 5.
Ms. Pickard?
Nay.
Mr. Volkey?
Consistent with my position that I will not weaken this bill, and I hope that is noted when I get a scorecard on my environmental rating, nay.
Ms. Hummer?
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler?
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian?
Nay.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Nay.
1 in the affirmative, 6 in the negative. Amendment number 5 has been defeated.
Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 6.
Amendment number 6. This amendment defines small retail establishment and exempts small retail establishments from the requirements of the bill.
Ms. Ledbetter?
If plastic bags are banned, retailers will fill that void for bags that they offer to customers with paper. We just heard from testimony about the increased cost of paper bags and the price points around those with buying power, meaning our larger chain stores. Small businesses with limited locations do not have the same buying power to compete at the same price point as those large retailers when it comes to purchasing paper bags, and will feel the economic impact of this legislation more acutely. The idea for this came from me when doing research. I came across this exact language in the Baltimore County legislation. It seemed to me that it may strike a balance. They've had success in Baltimore County. This is something that I came upon after our work session, and I just wanted to make sure we brought it to a council to have a discussion. Motion to adopt.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Admin? Or Mr. Barron?
Again, this is a policy choice for the council, but I think there is provisions in the bill that provide I can't say that word, money for the local small businesses. So it's not a mandatory. It has to be 10 cents. If the small business needs to charge 11 or 12 cents, they would have that freedom to do so. So policy choice for the council, but we're comfortable without this amendment.
Madam Vice Chair?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate my colleague bringing this forward for discussion and with the research of Baltimore County. But Baltimore County only has the 5-cent fee. So we've I think addressed this issue with the 10-cent fee. So that provision in the bill has a two-prong effect. In one, providing the remuneration to the small business while also de-incentivizing the use of paper, and hopefully over time incentivizing more of us to use reusable bags. So again, appreciate the intent, but I'm a no on this one.
Ms. Rodvian?
Thank you. I really just have a question. I don't know if it's for the sponsor or for someone at the table. Do we have any idea how many businesses this amendment would cover? I'm worried about confusion if, it's a whole lot and people trying to report, a violation when there isn't because they're exempted. So I don't know if that calculation is something anyone has been able to make, or even if it's possible.
INP might be the best place to go, but it's a pretty hard calculation to make. I think that's a good point about causing confusion. I don't know if Holly, if you. The number of the, yeah, it's, we're.
There's no license or anything to that point that
Yeah.
would allow us to have a source to go to.
Right. It'd be very difficult for us to enforce. I mean, just looking at number one, operates solely in Anne Arundel County. Correct me if I'm wrong, we don't ask businesses when they apply for a license if they have locations in, say, Howard County or.
No, we didn't.
I got a question. When it comes to the retail association, because I hear this, over the course of discussion on this bill, with small retailers being sort of put in a unique situation, is there a way, or do they have relationships with other retailers so they all can mass purchase paper bags so that the small people are not getting impacted in a negative way? Does anyone know if that could occur? Oh, I see someone. Can you come to the table? I'm sorry. I really want to know this. Yeah, I really want to know this answer. And if you could state your name again, I'm sorry. And I'll be brief because it's only like 10 minutes left anyway, and this is only last amendment. Yeah.
Hi, Sarah Price with the Maryland Retailers Association. It's possible I could see maybe like the businesses downtown or in a Main Street community maybe banding together to do that. But I think the concern for small businesses is that they often will use really fancy bags that have their brand on them, their logo, their store name. They're usually a higher quality bag. They've got more expensive handles. Ultimately, these bags just typically are more expensive than grocery bags anyway. And if they are trying to order them specific to each store, that's, I think, going to hit the opportunity to order them all together because they would need to individually be different designs.
Got it.
Right.
Okay. Yep. Just curious.
Yep.
Mr. Volker?
Could they do like a unified branding where they each like get their logo on there and they make some nice design together and that's how they band it? Like, it seems to me this collective action problem should not be that hard for smart business people.
Bliss. That would be a lot of logos, a lot of businesses, a very large bag, probably. So unlikely, but I appreciate the suggestion.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that.
Mr. Chair, while we
ma'am.
have the expert at the table, you spoke earlier, and I'm going to try to be quick, about price points for paper bags. I've seen very fancy paper bags and very fancy plastic bags. Do you know the price difference between the two?
I don't know the price point for plastic. I mean, I know that the thicker the bag, the more it's going to cost. But I know that a downtown boutique fancy clothing bag with reinforced handles and shiny metallic store print name printed on it, that could be easily 35 cents or more. And I know plastic doesn't cost that much.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Ms. Ledbetter and then Ms. Ravian. And with you.
I wanted to point out, I understand that the bill does allow, it's the 10 cents or higher, and it's up to the business, but when we're talking about these small businesses, if they feel like they are in a position to cover their costs, they need to add that higher price point for the paper bag that they are providing compared to the larger stores who have the buying power. They can charge a lower, the 10 cents at that basement level. That's where I think we start to see the advantages for the big buying power of chains versus the locally owned retail establishments. It does become a price advantage for the big guys.
Ms. Ravian?
I just wanted to offer, this is a little tangential, but I have seen with reusable bags that different retailers have joined together to have their logo on different, on reusable bags. So you have like, and that could be something maybe done in that same spirit of cooperation. I would almost, to Ms. Ledbetter's point, or Councilwoman Ledbetter's point, I would almost, I think some of these 5 cent, 10 cent decisions were made at times when our inflation was a little lower than it was. I'd almost say, if that's the concern, maybe we should be going higher than 10. But I don't know we're willing to do that, so I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 6.
It's midnight, don't go.
Ms. Piggard?
Nay.
Mr. Volkey? Ms. Hummer?
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler?
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian?
Nay.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Nay.
1 in the affirmative, 6 in the negative. Amendment number 6 has been defeated.
Bill number
19.
1923 will be heard on April 17th, 2023. So that concludes all of our bills.
We just
It's
have two
about 5 minutes before midnight, so we're still permitted to go and focus on the resolutions, but I wanted you all to know that we did complete the bills, the legislation. All right.
We're on resolution 6.
Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution number 623.
Resolution number 623, resolution supporting the Anne Arundel County Board of Education's revised fiscal year 2024 public school construction capital improvement program request for submission to the Interagency Commission on School Construction.
All right.
Thank
Mr.
you, Mr. Chair. I am not Hannah Dyer, as may have been noted on your reps list. Pete Barron with the administration, and Mr. Roof from the Board of Education, and Ms. Blair Klausmeyer. 623 confirms the county executive support for the revised FY24 CIP request submitted by the Anne Arundel County Board of Education to the IAC for additional funding under the state's school construction program. Mr. Roof can provide additional information and answer any questions. Thanks.
Yep.
I just want to say thank you for sticking with us.
I know. I feel bad for you. Seeing.
Let's ask him some questions.
No. Ms. Rodvian. Ms. Rodvian.
This isn't exactly a question, but I encourage my colleagues to vote yes because you've been here for 5 hours.
If we can, in all seriousness, this is additional money to the county. This is monies that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that other counties were not able to utilize. So the IAC opens up a process where counties can apply to get additional funding. So this is all upside for the county.
Yeah, with the governor's additional budget allocation, we were able to be in a better position than other counties to get this. So it's essentially swapping out $20 million of local funds with state funds at the same bottom line number.
Right on. Well done.
Yeah, that was worth 5 hours. There you go. Just want you to know. I would like to, at some point after this, over the next couple of weeks, or maybe next month or two, sit down with you to talk IAC in general. So,
Sure.
On that note, any?
I have a
Yes,
question.
Mr.
Oh, you want to go first? I'm going to defer to the vice chair.
Thank you for my male colleagues to my right. I just wanted to point out, thank you again for being here so long and sticking with us. School construction and renovation and building systems are very important. And just from a quick look of the spreadsheet, I think we're talking about everybody's district here. And so I appreciate the work that y'all do. And I certainly appreciate the schools being constructed in my district. So again, thank you for being here. It does look like the swap out is going to be beneficial to the county's bottom line. So the mystery of the IAC.
Yes.
Thank you.
The esteemed gentleman to the lady's right.
It's like we're
Mr.
in the
Volker.
State House. That's how they
Yeah.
address each other.
Is it?
My colleague, right, this district. Yeah. Can you just tell me on the Chesapeake Complex, WWTP, what is that exactly that we're doing there?
It's the replacement of the wastewater treatment plant that we have
Okay.
on site. It serves both the high school and the middle school.
It's the septic that gets pumped out like twice a day?
Correct.
Okay. And so this replacement will limit how frequently it has to be pumped, hopefully, or is that not going to change anything? It's just fixing the septic because
It's
maybe leaking?
essentially replacing the tank that's out there right
Okay,
now.
okay. So it's still going to need the pumper just as much as it does?
Correct. We
Got
did a
it.
feasibility study. We looked at a number of different options. That seems to be the most viable.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Seeing no additional comments, we will now open the public hearing on resolution number 623. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
We did not receive anything, Mr. Chair.
All right, and I do not see anyone that signed up beforehand. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on resolution 623? Seeing no movement, the public hearing on resolution number 623 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution number 623.
Resolution number 623, resolution supporting the Anne Arundel County Board of Education's revised fiscal year 2024 public school construction capital improvement program request for submission to the Interagency Commission on School Construction.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? I don't see any lights. All right, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on resolution number 623.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Resolution number 623 has been adopted.
Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution number 723.
Resolution number 723, resolution urging the Maryland General Assembly to oppose House Bill 119 and any amendments to conform Senate Bill 199 to State House Bill 119.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Thank you, Chair. HB 119, as amended, resets the rules of the game by placing unprecedented power for educational funding into one person, the unelected state superintendent of schools. Under the amended provisions of this bill, he or she would have the ability to single-handedly be judge and jury and prescribe the consequence of revoking up to 20% of state funding if the state superintendent finds the state curriculum is not being followed to a T. The Maryland Association of Boards of Education, Maryland State Board of Education, and Maryland State Board of Education have both publicly stated their opposition to HB 119, and there has been unanimous bipartisan letter of opposition from the Anne Arundel County Board of Education. This resolution partners with our county school board, MABE, and the Maryland State Board to protect the state funding we rely on as a county in order to deliver the quality education our county students deserve. My fellow sponsors and I ask for your support.
And I too, obviously, I'm going to support the school board. And I had a conversation with Dr. Bedell in reference to this a few weeks ago. And, you know, he's obviously entering into a new situation as a superintendent of our school this year. And for me, it's all about, you know, supporting him as best I can. He's all about any additional support outside of the school system in which we can advocate on his behalf. He does not believe this is in the best interest of Anne Arundel County school system. I know it's totally a judgment call on each of you. No hard feelings, totally get it, and would urge you to support it as well. So is there any additional comments in reference to this resolution? Yes, Madam Vice Chair, her light is on first.
You're up.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I realize it's late, so I'll try to be succinct and brief. I personally, I think the bill is a bad bill. I'm glad the school board has taken an active role to oppose the bill along with the Maryland Association of Boards of Education. I just want to note that this bill was not taken up by the Maryland Association of Counties because it was part of the school board budget and the school board's legislative platform. So the Maryland Association of Counties, I serve as the legislative member of that, committee member of that organization. We take up a lot of bills. The General Assembly across the street takes up 3,000 bills. So I just want to note I'm voting aye on this resolution, but I just want to caution my colleagues in the future of getting into a situation where we are also taking up state legislation. We have a lot of legislation and our own jurisdiction over certain parts of good government. I would just caution us from wading too far into state business in the future. There's a lot of bills that I would love to have conversations about as to why the state has gone in a certain direction that all affect our counties. The legislation currently still being battled out with regard to taxation on recreational use of adult use marijuana. The counties are getting screwed on that bill. But we as a body are not taking up that legislation because it's being debated in the State House. So I just want to take this opportunity to caution colleagues in the future of not setting a precedent where we are bringing resolutions forward on 3,000 General Assembly bills. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Volkey?
I'm going to ask Mr. Bennett, who is our resident State House expert. So,
Did you say, oh?
So we're, I think, 6 days left in the legislative session. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And HB 119 looks like it passed the House. It went to the Senate, and it was a first reader, and then it's been referred to a committee, and I think there was a hearing on the 29th at 1 o'clock on that bill. At this point, what are the odds that 119 actually makes it to the governor?
There's not a lot of time left.
Right.
And the cross-file did not, Senator Feldman, Chairman Feldman, had the cross-file in the Senate. That bill hasn't moved, and the House Bill 119 is assigned to the committee that he chairs. And so he hasn't passed his own version of the bill. So 119 is in the Triple E committee, and they've had a few voting sessions since the bill hearing, and it hasn't found itself on a vote list yet.
And then for SB 199, it looks like that had a first reader and was referred to committee, and that had a hearing on the 8th of February, and I don't think it's moved since the 8th of February. Is that
correct?
Okay. So my understanding is that regardless of how we vote on this, the reality is both of these bills are probably dead anyway.
That's my read of it.
Got it. Thank you.
I spent 5.5 years on the Anne Arundel County Board of Education. In 2 of those years, I was the legislative chairman for the Maryland Association Boards of Education, which meant that I was representing in testimony continually for more than 2 years the position of all boards of education that they are independent and autonomous. Even when there may be bills that I personally disagreed with, we always stood by the fact that the local school boards should be independent and make their own decisions. And so, yes, I will be voting no against this bill. I mean, no against the bill for the resolution. There we go.
Any additional, seeing no further lights, we'll now open up the public hearing on resolution number 723. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimonial through the online testimonial tool?
Yes, we actually had 4 submissions that everything went to the council. It's included in the summary that's posted online, and it will be added to the meeting record.
All right, and I see we did have a couple folks that signed up in advance, Ms. Debbie Jansen and Alan Lang. Wow, you hung it out. That's pretty impressive.
My name is Alan Lang, Pasadena, Maryland, and I'll make it quick. I'd like to thank the council for bringing up this resolution. The United States has had a long history of local jurisdiction of the school boards, and it should stay that way. So thank you for your support.
Name and were you Debbie Jansen? Okay.
Do I look like Debbie?
Well, I'm just. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sure, David Morseberger. I'm Davidsonville. I just want to say one thing about this bill. When the state superintendent of schools was testifying in the House, he says one of the reasons he wants this passed is that he's tired of parents asking him to change the framework. He says this will give him the excuse to say, I can't do anything about it. You have to go to your legislator, go to the state legislator to get it modified. I think that is total wrong reason for this bill to pass, and for that reason only, I would oppose this bill. And thank you for the resolution.
Seeing any other members in the audience that would like to testify on this resolution? Seeing no movement, public testimony on Resolution 723 is closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Resolution number 723.
Resolution number 723, resolution urging the Maryland General Assembly to oppose House Bill 119 and any amendments to conform Senate Bill 199 to State House Bill 119.
Is there any, ma'am?
Yeah, just for the record, for anyone up late watching on television, our vote here tonight is not a vote on the actual bill. It's a resolution, which is the position of this council about a state piece of legislation.
That is correct. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on Resolution number 723.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey? Ms. Hummer? Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Resolution number 723 has been adopted.
Is there any other business to be brought before the County Council at this time?
Motion to adjourn?
I see Mr.
Ledbetter,
Volkey's
second.
light.
There wasn't a second, so there's no second. You can still let me be. I have to add something. Can you add me, Madam Secretary, as a no on Bill 1723 and an aye on Bill 1823?
Affirming your,
That's affirmative. As the chair would say, check, check. Check. Oh, yeah, yes, for 18. I'm a no on 17, I'm a yes on 18.
Okay, I'm sorry, it's late, and I'm just looking at A's on my piece of paper here. So I have you for a nay for Bill 1723 and an aye for Bill 1823. Noted. Thank you.
There was a motion to adjourn. Is there a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. County Council is adjourned until April 11, 2023, when we will come together for a work session. Our work session begins at 9 a.m. and will be held in these chambers.